often. Regularly from I'm on the University of Ghana, PhD and that. I don't know the origins of that, but it's just very I'm in the anthropology department of the University of Research, and the young person next to me is my son, and I'm thinking I want to keep the mics out. That's true. I am estimators, state education in the director and state faculty of environment. Feel like we're halfway to the United or the United Africa would be envision here. I inherited this one of Tanzania. One community and just the Africa forward.
So good morning, my name is the University of Belfast. In Ghana. Daniel here is my boss. I'm London from the Institute of History and also chair of the Institute about 7. Instead 6,000 corporations. I'm already to become Ghanaian, so we have to discuss like strategies that possible. What is
I think it's a seeking and for persons. Wow. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Sonia Echa, and I'm or I live in Nigeria for various. I'm an independent researcher working on an education organization. Just like she said, my son here was this see. Yes.
That's fine.
Good morning, my name is Maria. Good morning, my name is Magda. I'm based in South Africa. It's a privilege. Not everyone. My name is Neljo Nahara and University. Okay.
Okay. Wow. I love this.
So I'm not looking for us. The University of Ghana, in the name of us, and the team there now. The Dean of Social Sciences, the University of Ghana. First on, name is Check. Is a full professor of social work. She has a lot of experience in university administration. I'm very close to be there about the years university. She's my dean at the society department. I'm very pleased to welcome her to give us the dean with us.
Good morning to all of you. It is a scientific that analytics has been very conference for the BC of Engagement and Innovation, Nelson Mandela University, some sociology, University of Ghana, and American Professor Nelson Mandela University, Professor Tijuana Sing keynote speaker, members of the recent critical university studies, South Africa, whose African network, and our speakers and presenters, students, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the University of Ghana, the University Belfast. I'm afraid that you will not have been in a better place today at the University of Ghana. They have a very rich day, identified according to the University of Ghana community, and encouraged to wear science from the University of Ghana 75th Independence Force. This day, therefore, serves in commemoration of the university's inauguration 75 years around to the president. I think it's a great honor to be invited to participate in this year's ACUSAfrica 2023 conference, which is themed Challenge towards critical talents of knowledge production in African University. As a dean, it's not like a representative of the School of Social Sciences in the Colleges of Humanities and University of Ghana. This conference is very vital to me in the excitement of the conference ages of African University Social Sciences is very and also the important that the Nelson Mandela based on the travels and achievements of their past leaders, whose focus was extended beyond their country to the African continent as a whole. In September 2023, few weeks ago, the Institute of African Studies at the University of Ghana, in collaboration with the stakeholders, held the Informal Mandela Leadership Conference at the University of Ghana. The theme, the assignment in the Mandela Global African State Transformational Leadership. The event aims to explore the who embodies the ethics of transformational leadership. The theme for this African conference is of utmost significance and it holds cycles and actions and implications for the course and future of higher education, as well as the economic development of the continent. It is important to emphasize that the School of Social Sciences at the University of Ghana aligns itself with the vision of the University of Ghana and therefore aims to develop human resources that will help address national and global issues, research, teaching and extension activities that are relevant to the development of the Ghanaian and global societies. I believe the focus of this conference has summons and revolutionalize the way we approach teaching and manage production. Potential given its creative and diverse cultures. Universities have encountered several challenges in the pursuit of academics. There is therefore the need for enough differences and we find that universities have and continue to follow Western-centric models of knowledge and research with little or no focus on which indigenous knowledge systems that sell its therefore challenges. Eurocentric bias and that's the Western scholars and appreciate the diagnosis of thoughts that we expect. The thing the future issue. It is also important for us to lay emphasis on polarization of game questions. This could be actually critically examine the contents and instructions that are like that classrooms and level and ensure that it reflects in perspectives. These processes not get one get to rest, but fundamentally for the process that stage. Then the engagement is important, engagement is a big insight. This conference is actually additionally, this is imperative because knowledge production that transcends traditional and traditional knowledge to yield groundbreaking solutions to the continent's present challenges. Moreover, investments in research and development should have conduct relevant, context-specific studies that will address manifest needs and goals. This conference will feature a myriad of cutting-edge panel discussions and presentations by scholars from within and outside the country. These dialogues will provide detailed insights on issues related to the theme of the conference and the way forward for advancing and strengthening African diversity for critical studies. It is my hope that we all participate fully all the presentation and provide relevant suggestions and recommendations. Let us remember that the person of knowledge is the collective endeavour. Universities can strive towards critical standards of knowledge for them and make a meaningful contribution towards the development of Africa and the world through innovation, perseverance, resilience, and pledge. We can collectively shape the right future of Africa through the power of knowledge. It's my hope that through something will create platforms and communities of knowledge sharing and learning experience. This I believe will become practice to making the business more relevant by respective communities. And folks and congratulates the organizers of this conference. Thank you very much. I wish you all a good conference. And I hope you all the time as well.
Thank you very much, Professor David. Now, three of us are the leaders of this Africa network. Andre, Katie, Ina, Luigi, and I, Michael, Bashir. The year 2018, Andre met me in Berlin. We had gone to discuss with some colleagues about what it means to get second Germany. And in the discussion, we certainly a brother. Can't we do something on the continent? And I'm good friends with Dina. Quickly got together, quickly, gathered some money. And in 2019, we have a president in the Mandela University to lay the ground for this letter. ACUSAfrica is to study the university as a social system. So it's an association for the study of African universities as such as a social system. When we talk about the African university, we're student about the second generation of university that came to the continent where European drive. So for most of us, here certainly the university are Egypt model. But already within the first millennium in this country, there were universities. Now, about the first century, second century of Christianity, the word the 7th century. Christians have Islam or Islam it's not some institutions, knowledge systems to everything south. So the better one beings like fair and then it's one of those institutions will go slightly the various cultures in South Africa, but also the Christian culture. We gather institutions there. That's why this degree of what institution today in our life is the University of Belfast, which still exists. Now, we easily forget about which went on and on to other sectors and activities. So the university is not fair to happen. Now, what we need to do is to revisit this university you know today, social system. This is what the language is. And then from that time for what we represent, we want to relearn, we want to discover what it is for African universities to produce knowledge that is relevant to our continent, knowledge that will help us develop, knowledge that will their lives. That's what we are doing. And I'm very proud to see so many of you here. I'd like the colleagues to introduce various segments of what
introduction and posted is maybe in the slides. I tried with important conceptual and regional but what I said on Edward, its intentions and purposes, and in what way we speak to and counter and as an alternative to critical university study of the law course. The important topic was huge in-depth discussion, and many of us have been online. But in broad strokes, give me a few minutes to highlight some distinctions. So the study of the university identified its educational and research programs has of course existed in various forms, dispersed across disciplines and time, from within the university since their inception. The bilateral including the business models and conditions across the world. The critical study has also existed, however often, particularly when it comes to the modern Western university, at the margins of the institution, beyond it, and often against the interests that the institution serves. This became something more mainstream arguably from the 20th century, the aftermath of the atomic bomb, eugenics, shine, and the rise of civil rights and human rights as the access and justification agenda opened higher education. And struggles for freedom and for decolonization of the continent, and also forced to open questions about the impossibility of historical university. Specifically, emerged in response to neoliberal and legal perspective, the commodification of the educational functions related to students and consumers. Accountability being interpreted as a return of taxpayers' investments, and increasingly restricted audit cultures and bureaucracy to limit academic time adapted to the rhythms of performance management. While many benefits are being raised through that, depending on the drive of the team, it is a desire to protect something higher than others that perhaps never existed. And certainly, when it's seen to exist, it does not due to and with disconsciousness about inequality and discrimination of the most inequitable countries, and through the benefits, riches, and land extracted from elsewhere, including somewhat. The meritocracy in that tradition for entitlements seems underpinned by ignorance of the global histories of the universities and the current dangers of coloniality, internationalization, and globalization. So rather, what we have worked to do is to mobilize collective critical engagement with the question of how to study the university and how it's to be advanced in instruction, training, practice, and activities against and to current tradition and trajectories, while affirmatively call to advance critical university studies and similarly this to charge. This network is also a space of refusal of the status quo, of the takeover for granted, of hegemonic powers and violences that continue, and outlets to certainty, dogma, bigotry, or Orion. So we began in 2019, being to challenge and denaturalize what's dominant in the higher education, which seem to have narrowed and to have become emptied of the social justice content of your text. And so it's shared in the hope and generative project of meaningful elements to study the university. Restricted by from meeting in person in that year and then after 2019, we started to meet online discussions, including those about critical reflexivity at our very inception. 2021 saw us come together in an online meeting, asking about advances, critical and regular approaches to study the university within the academic continent, and also how we may engage the macro against. And then held in South Africa last year, the third colloquium recognized the problem of the depoliticization of the university and looked at common good receding in the rise of possibilities. Now that is available by various funds
mitigating the pandemic were a function of technology. It also sought, again, to locate the question of advance in the study of the university in reflexive solidarity between our institutions, across disciplines, sector, on our continent, and beyond. This year will be no exception as we center the question of knowledge production in, for, and of the university, its finance and ministers. So thank you for making time and space to be here. She's moving.
Thank you, everybody. My teacher whatever city, not just a critical studies and important. That was the critical. And the East Africans to play patients. Based on the materials. Then materials are yes. That's probably but the East African School of Higher Education specialized primarily studying university education. The feminism brought us to board because something okay about critical points of studying the university, challenging the university individuals and trying to develop the future of the university evaluation should be like. And I am happy to report that after the colloquium, projects are us. A great part of us media. It's what I could hope. In the case, but another issue, again, to a career, and give the check to private spend. Where this we have so so why should we go there? And we have done some more. It's very, and we are integrating physical are part of the foundation of education. Because of the over the people trade, and then they do in that the shape that would be this people are looking at the business and indeed, so that when the foundation was given, that emphasis, we are going to have for research with the area of relevance to the system. Some of our students that understand our science is going to the future, and the movement is based on the research agenda of our students. If they do research, we can us issue about working with science, one ultimate purpose, but also two, they are going to which maybe apologies. After our city to give what is university. of 7 different billion, and then share of services. And so that one specific strong covering the text and packaging. So much, Juliana. Thank you so much. These are investment spaces. University of the country, some just in the imagination of the fact us as a company, because we know that we struggles and facts, but I'm sure challenges. But that's both to the legacies of knowledge is always something that drives us all. And so there's a say small that's it's an old electrical program project. No cost. But also regionally from low. So we can think about across the different parts. Comes in next step again is agent and opportunity. So let me see some is the generative. It has complex, but it's usually this is one, and that's something I don't you know, that's younger generation. But the fact in nature of reflect or negative that now all the parts of this is my lessons this game ways and then other things a choice to do it in advance as something that is inherently intuitively organized for the public. All of them. That may not be about the rest of our systems, but also about what doesn't and the same so evolutionists conviction that can part the function of those of you that cases near the that is not they may be machine that don't but they are always looking in other directions. That's so that get to institutional change rapid scale. Start to the late basis and to follow living in status. Anything we want to get to do ahead. Now, universities should develop now HSRC contractors all of the big system. We there are execute to your as it says the big principles our this thankfulness or the exercise of walking with this genetic capacity. And then we have this particularly energized energizing in the space like she has like it's far for us as an important example and it's inspiring also just all the but there are substitutes coming from that collecting just come together again and make this good. But I it's always about it. Just so we will do upwards to get the virtually powerful on a daily basis. And it is once a year get together face to face. And those are so platforms that are available. These are doesn't work. But not children, but and sort of like some machinery to us. The quality of the best of which is different. Also, having but then also the nature like other things, not only continents but also beyond. What's actually taking on that study geography on great places in the study of the university on the continent. So that we for ourselves can see as a form of approaching the study of the development time, but then it's our knowledge, but the same I give a strong study that is an important area that we need to now then exactly what it is you relate to aids and our continent is an amazing see all the different cultural events of making sense of the church located in the inside. Follow the sounds, people try and find this both natural and spiritual connections to make the living move the direction. We will to find other things and use notice together patients phases that we have to launch. This is what the next system. Look out for them. So say something is spoken from all from the first one listening. That's ours.
Thank you very much, Andre. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Gina. Thank you, Davis. And at this point, I'd like to solve what has been played to remain. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, on each strategy to achieve this gathering, it's still okay. And that you can by Professor Tichua the University of Ghana, facility time is uneducated.
So, it is an amazing one. I have a lecture for but I would like to start off with what some of my students said and remember in 2022, and Nelson Mandela University went to event. Vision of the intellectual, political, and emotional capacity that some just exudes this brilliant story from the Canadian story. And academic vision effects of the African studies for the social policy division of the UN Economic Commission. From my bachelor's of law, later master's of law, later on doctor in psychology from the University. First, just in academic profiles, established wide as one of the for how we think the project and I also physical body some everything that really is in visiting fast and social important. The other thing is, I would people who estimate to a certain fields. It is up there. I found very encouraged. This is the Dutch. But in the tension with but to be more very interested in create this plastic space. I given this constantly for students. So by exploratory actually and intention for sin. Subject. It was silent since not but it's like strong as it's all challenges.
challenges. Not very. Where it's often there. Also, some content that is sustainability importance, but our that they are as a message. When we talk that it doesn't waste to the whether anything really that's rather than the opportunities there's a lot of parasites so sign up and or basically it's going to be a this it is so should this is that how to spend any time at all on the themselves or the experiences. Right. So this was can to design what's dedicated to the world. The young schools and it is and it was able to say, talking of politics, very should be said in this. So the point students this thing. It feel I mean, it's resources. It doesn't end about I mean that but that when it's tired. It's just okay. Especially historic education, let's see, or people that are and yeah.
or child as the university is one of this reflection and bit and things all. This kind of and I think the universe is so important. A universe is so right? It's like to think of this where so many images are found and it us. Different styles, arguments, like it's a binding form. It's a place. Soria versus the actually. This world, right? And history. This was much good. So, as someone said, it was the no curriculum teaching about such this work and very project to the state and balance all the here is one of civilization. But then, and it was the knowledge of civic rather than the knowledge of people. Very important along the process disabled. That's about learning philosophy here. And the acknowledgement that anything the African is that the African philosophy, not African philosophy, opinion, but that philosophy is philosophy that. And how it took him in his training to become aware. Yet he knew that his language from practicing that he was learning was so different from what every day he was communities. So that learning that is in the university, it's like nothing happens when you this is where it's taking. So you come to learn everything about yourself and you build with this new knowledge. This was not really, it was so tested and resisted. And if you look at the level even traditions before that hotel. What you think is said to me, there is and tell how it one in country university
connections with students and the cycle and image and whatever you think of the limits of their philosophies or political ideology, made to see through this colonial the environment. That is where the Africans encountered the negative radical alternative. But still able to bring. So, of course, times we don't start still, we had to able to indicate to go and the vision and the leadership of the and the national imaginations of the university confirmed in building, basically building, and the reason why on value of the principle. Yes, it was the concern relevant to the next and the really agree with that there is that kind of bridges, some people are concerned with excellent. What you find is that many of these preoccupations were encountered in politics and societies in change. So, in the Darcy school, the even school of history, even here, a kind of nationalist orientation towards it. And you find that very strong and this is where you also find the budget of African development in very across universities, right? And what it did was that it was calling for a rehabilitation to choose and thought that related to the reality of the American condition and aspirations. And there's no more famous one than the speech that one put in at the National Institute in 1963 called the African Series, where it's as if we're given a chance to university about studying agreement and also what Africa is. So back to type of words that say about, the university fair in Cairo, Timbuktu, all those kinds of things. You have to know literature, culture, what's in and then inviting us to regulate joy of grace, which time your friend best meeting where I have to tell you, go to tell you where they take it from. So, and then one of the issues, the meaning, in this transition area, and maybe it was was that language, one of the instruction, and that kind of erasure in our learning system. And that kind of and then our is us, it does strong sense of self because and the anti protest and your especially in West Africa of and the tribal. Thank you. And then the inner of Africa, the documents And then get the bottom of the song, the chorus, the idea that that's also you get the challenge of visualization. The challenge of economics. And I like that you have said this morning. Globalization. Being open, globalization and open space for everybody. The entire care, food, and money, as we find that for certain groups, it is not such a broad invitation. Certainly, one benefit New York. I get also. So there is no within this globalization, global, so huge. This can go to go down, go down. And to some extent, this large is tolerance. So here we can in the university. And I just put in the central, it's interesting. As I said, this is a conversation. And I hope that but we hear this like, oh, the students laugh. If it's always a lack, the lack of information. They are marketing that participate, they are training those minds, the population. They have critical thinking skills, they are uninvited, they don't know who they are, they cannot connect. So practice in a way which is very natural and disengaged, right? The language, yeah, the content. And in a way, their processes are there, and feel related to the game, make it more ready for. Yet, at the same time, when we look at them, you can see that there is student activity in order for the and it must note that even though some of students attended the regional connectedness and topics. The generation of students going from widespread positive, but it's they found the times it takes for students to graduate these lessons. The learning and living followers for students really challenging. And this is at the same time that the widespread social economic challenge. It shows that many of the states and their parents, guardians, teachers, and sharing a lot of changes. So, what happens? Mobilizing changes, social justice, all of them are being within social media. Those who have those these and bad, these are all things that are also engaged in
But perhaps surprisingly, given the military study, given all the social materials, why the decisions that have been made yesterday from Africa to US South, and what are the intentions to broaden the for change? Now, just look at the constraint. So some of the lab, the case of the peer development of a more than project and space. It's student of grade and also reduction and this bar all open organizing open yesterday the one secretary. So yesterday, if you read the student by subject, so these are some of the spaces that they were to. And then the lecturer related factors, the very autocratic, teaching and learning and relating students. And all part of the margin and that action of your the talk is because you have side critical thinking change how getting interested in the other possibility it might not really the university start they never way and then the whole issue of objectifying them like this is the whole managerial that habits and university right? So and then in carrying on this market programs, etc. Then students are object of university policies program dealt with rather some decision making process. Scholarship, what how to really fit in, how to really theorize it. This branch is in the that we know has been the way we collect our answers. And in a way, kind of sat student energy in so there are all the people that are already aspired to become something in the political. So it that it brings a lot of surely corruption really even at that level and takes away the ideas. It kind of stops the emancipatory imagination. Now you can get it and have things go. You can be given a small car or something like that. So even when you organize students, it's very for this things. And then the new programs there is the play of religious and religious application. That's how it is. Especially in evangelical manifestation in fundamental manifestation, how it flow to present it will be useful for my discussion. So what can be done in this kind of it's not completely the mixed scenario. So I look at 3 areas. How do you get the power?
structures, and we have the sites for imagination, learning and unlearning. I want to stress that the thing what we do is fixed, very that yes, really need to unlock discovering and analyzing the field, a process that in some cases is powerful. And this, I will go back in the day to the teaching environment. And rather than notice and and the problem is we are teaching this huge plan where we are give students assignment, allow them to work it slow. So this is a real issue. That and start with our appreciation for history and art and capacity for knowledge production through that now students share realities and problems and as the macro probably suggested how to ensure that sociological players extend beyond the very vital of their to break in with subjects. The emphasis on the political nature of education, that it's not just a ritual, not just the, but that what we can learn is critically connected, different ideologies, sharing how history, and on the question of agency, we know that students are shaped by and how relate the social needs of the university in which they are accepted. So how do we empower them to analyze and how do we get appropriateness of knowledge? How to do it, how to appropriate in curriculum in students so that at the end, once they learn, becomes and the side the study essay and others. And you do that so that you can one significant obstacle to the ability to think critically and critically. So how students can lecture themselves, how students first of all and then theory also things. I went to an environment when students enter this, we think that they come in with important beings, no knowledge, no resources. If they are not the facility development is you are in lived experience of how his life ways in each hospital. In my problem, and then our positive experience in the university, but all of them. So how to make the university itself in you and deliver Andrea the policy to share his experience. Okay. Movement for rental acquired with this. The illegal mining that is destroyed is. And the voices of students. what happens to that beyond the right in their life where are the groups that are spearheaded any with this? When it comes to issues around gender and reproductive rights and social justice, that's high levels of gender business, very exploitative. So how the student devices are these new models of relations among the that impact flow out to the society. How and these really very cartels in religion and begin to become larger groups. Look at the back of the sexual and gender minority as residents in the whole individual etc. What are good differences? So these are no personal sizes. And this is where things that even beyond given the impacts that are to let us what are the implications of social and I think the issue of this is not because it is important. It's not violence and constraints in terms of how we think possibilities are. So as I said, this is a conversation, it is very local. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, almost in like a letter of he said that structure. So assume that the slide parts very important. Where the schedule is pressure on studies made in place also. It doesn't get to forms. Now, like the tracks. The plan next to team. The questions that I have identified has been very, very deep and satisfactory. So I'm going to just take on the phone, give them, and then they can give you a sense of how very tuned in terms of the time. But I think that there's something with the back and commonly what I said. Let's continue. Someone.
Thank you. And this is the thing to you after last year in Nelson Mandela. And this is interesting. It is about something about language, which you say is often not seen as something that very related to the could you please speak about it? Because some feature in not especially internet where debate is very very strong, but often we don't.
Thank you so much. So have the slide you can. Thank you, Robert, and thanks so much for your presentation. Just as a couple of points you mentioned are very the issue of students coming into the university
And question about violent conflicts, having this sort of schizophrenic, in order to be because of the experience in the university. From my question then is with regards to the way students, in terms of critical thinking, I want to find in the university this mainly happens when we postgrad. And the big three, Docker, Viera, and Mars, very prevalent in undergrad studies, and you need to material sociology, go to find researchers, modeling the African knowledge system, postgrad basic study. But then there's working on that has to happen to get to that phase. So how can we bring this to the undergrads that not gets to your honors and masters, and suddenly you have to become a different person? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so the thing is, I think it starts much earlier. Primary school, couple you have mother tongue and then L and L2 and all of those kinds of things. And I know that they were talking about practice in this situation. So we have language and divide, right? And we have the same we have, with the exception of a few countries, Tanzania, South Africa, Poland, etc. But we have not been challenged with the problem. It divides us. Okay, so Ghana is surrounded with Togo, everything. And I think that there are two national languages that allow, especially people in the bordering areas, to communicate without English or French, right? The local language. But when it comes to, and it's not just French, it's and thinking. So what can do is that it has made conceptual thinking very difficult. And so we talk about children to master mathematics and all of those things. It's a kind of a structural and systemic issue right through from primary schools all the way to the top. So people are very vulnerable in their local language. When they start speaking English, they can study, right? How do you translate between them? And it's also like the first PhD which was written in G. Wasn't that that was hardly 10 and so years ago, 75 years after. Like I don't know, compared to the very I don't know. These are a pregnant way that we don't reach. And we have to resolve it. Because what it means is that education is not acceptable. That's not the other thing. So the issue is not there's a lot of debate on this in the 70s. It seems to have it's not rather we are thinking about the all of these kinds of it cannot go without any plan. Okay. And then you introduce it in books, so our children are very passionate and very skillful. That is skill how we reconcile myself and be in this environment. And I think we have a media, it's very useful. Also environment when this and it is shareable. You can go through those outlines and seminar So that's why we keep saying, oh, I'm not seeing anything, I'm going to the we're not citing the source of the resources. I have to say, all the original students from the evidence for the master's program. So they don't do that discovery. So where we should discover this, and it is another foundation. So if where from talks about this 9th century university, talking was like a fairy tale, huh? Because we can only imagine the university almost in a certain place. We cannot even have different imaginings of what a university is. Very well, like the report of church, where people congregate, etc. So it is critical that, especially at the level where most students in the university are likely to evidence that this is where they get into the and anything early, it should be much earlier on in preparatory. Here we are fighting over whether it's where was it in secondary school, where was it in basic education. So that I'm reading as children. This is what they imagine getting myself. So if you don't suddenly you don't get any of this. By the time you get to university, it's like I'm not still. It's already still that to be good. And it's really this, it's like being with your child, already shaken and October. So we demonstrate these things to people, and this is where confidence is built. This is, so if you're pressing the calculus, they can go. They can start imagining alternatives to this university, this, the only kind people and they were the decans and the masters and whoever else. Yeah.
I know that we're alliance coming, but starting over the TV. So that we spend two time. So points like I just indicate where the TV I then to the side. So we just got there. So we can have the new at 11 o'clock. Then we'll be taking so maybe welcome to our spotlight as well. They will have a few people on the
So we want something to come in public behavior. Because those online, it find it difficult hearing us. We'll hear them. But there's a bit of a challenge there. So during the discussion, other question is that one and maybe more. So as to let you go respond, be able to hear us. We have that challenge. So actually we have all of these come. So we have a okay. So when you teach those 20 minutes, it's in 20 minutes. Begin with programs. Would you like to change this noise? Can I call on? Yeah.
Michael, you must click it in the direction of the word.
Yeah, trying to share this.
Good morning, dear esteemed colleagues and attendants. I'm Mandela University School of Architecture and researcher of the East Coast and research of the National University and about Southern Africa. I would like to express Thank you. So I would like to explain it. Given the opportunity to be part of this station amongst such a steep colleague in this proceedings. And I it's really on my first step with the piece of recommendations and exchange based on common research. Discussing the knowledge production in the educational system and the complex of many reasons. Mainly related to this Western colonial nature, structure by the whole, and that is monocultural support, together with the other approach, which considers the other different in the sense that they are equal nature as economic work. The monocultural and universality of the Western approach to education is opposite to what Arturo Escobar defined as universality, a place for plural voices, many voices, coexistence of plural perspective, which is what I believe we should work towards. And it is encouraging to see that the current process of decolonization initiated and strongly repressed through the road article started in 2015 in South Africa, is focusing the attention on students' requests to reforming their ego-centered community, interrogating the procedure of how the knowledge is produced, the knowledge and for what purpose is produced. But here I would like to share that I asked, who will the knowledge produce that? This last question is very crucial because it's lined up with the role that the communities can have in co-create knowledge and the use of the community engagement method to produce knowledge that is relevant, not only for the internal and the community support, but strongly oriented to be on in service of society, which is for purpose of the necessary division. In line with this, and with my contribution, I will briefly introduce two of my research projects, say ours, that's the case studies of knowledge creation in the First Nation of South America. That Mandela University, mainly the spirit of water ceremony and study of the fish tax, the SMK, which started in 2017, 2021, but still in process, and is the study of the First Nation architecture in Mandela's group, in this meeting, which is the province where the cities of people. The working group that I'm leading was formed in 2014, the year after my arrival in Africa, under the School of Architecture at Mandela University, and is composed of First Nation chief and community members, students, and staff. And since then, has been community engagement based on transformative participatory action research that involves teaching, learning, and researching as well. Our work in research promotes acts of cultural reappropriation and reconnecting of those people with the heritage sites and reformulating and reconstructing of the indigenous narrative done by them. This contributes to the building up of new knowledge, the restoration of the indigenous culture and identity, the colonization or the colonizing of the higher education curriculum, and the breaking of boundaries between indigenous community and academia, and of course the building up of equity and inclusivity. The First Nation leaders contribute, and this for me is a key aspect, contribute and approve each step of the work that we are doing together, including the outputs before we share to the public. And this is an important aspect because it means that our collaboration is deeply rooted in mutual trust, respect, consideration, and in true engagement. In our each voice counts, and the output produced are the results of our collaboration originated from the understanding of three aspects, that there is very little knowledge of the First Nation, pre-colonial heritage sites located in the Eastern Cape province. The available knowledge is actually an external base, so it's a colonial narrative. And the third aspect is that there is connection with the property that between the First Nation and the heritage sites, so the tangible heritage is actually the result of the long assimilation to the First Nation since they arrived colonials, in 1497. Thank you. So just to really this aspect of segregation, so that actually the clear understanding of being out of the actually is that the First Nation is actually the group for in some peoples. They were civil members that makes for the colonies is that they were grouping in a very specific territory according to season and the resources available, and they had a very interconnected relationship with Mother Earth. Since the establishment of the colonialism in 1497 and followed by the regime, these people have been systematically and increasingly mistreated and segregated. Longer immigrated, and they could not anymore. Their own territory, they could not practice their own religion or their own cultural identity, including in the old areas. And peak of this the logos emanated and started to be divided into three nations, black, white, and colored, big elemented every group under which the indigenous people, First Nation people were recording. So this created this connection the people, the First Nation, and the heritage sites. And I believe now it will not our partial representation clear. So the first project gave us the opportunity to establish and form the first practice of cultural identity water that humanized in 2017 in problem past the and the fish tribe are the most ancient infrastructure present in the area, and actually ancient infrastructure present along the coast globally, and were used by the ancestor for some people to text the fish using the tide movement, and of course they built with very sophisticated understanding and knowledge of the landscape and natural elements. This was a key project that stayed in partnership with the person. And the university initiated groundbreaking research on the development and ancient fish traps. And that as here exercise as here exercise of the history of natural art. This project also promoted the restoration of rituals, and it brought together the leaders of 4 indigenous houses present in the Mandela Bay that were the start to be interested because they could express and celebrate the cultural identity of the heritage. And here are also some moments of sharing of the truth, and another where exhibition which was shared nationally and internationally. And as you can see, children were attending, and that was also a way of sharing the culture. And that was like a sort of performance used as a agent was present, and some science and of course engaging students, and of course the engagement and the presence also achieved and community members. And here the art, the youth artworks that is artworks that is notice is available online on the Humanity, available on email. The project that is currently that we are using currently started in 2021, the digital summit. Then we applied in state this one where it was actually some students relating to the age to manage something and all the areas. And in this case, related to our settlements, or a series of settlements, buildings, self-built with local materials, created in our area, and then started before. And it's a very important case studies to speak about the integration of the in nature and the regenerative approach. What is also important is that it's clear that this house has been self-built with a knowledge that is actually passed on generation to generation. Today, again, now is that it was not passed on this knowledge. The factor to that some way of create this opportunity. The one is the isolation. So the inhabitants, this is a very isolated area. The lifestyle is not necessarily, it's not being necessarily influenced by this. The spring colonial time, and they did experience this force in their fertility as many. And the land where the village is located is actually owned by the community. Here is the village. Yes. And here's some steps in the connection.
achieve and students that will and here we mentioned that I'm going to share this afternoon. She is one of this specific project, and again, some that we share this that unity, school children, and again that celebration and expressing culture. And inclusion. Yes, I believe that what we are doing inside the academia must be unity out there. We must understand the needs of society and the best way of doing so is working together. Bringing the community inside the academia to have the base and carefully listen what they have to say and find a way to be a third pay where we can be relevant together, but we can make a difference. Thank you.
So, thank you very much. And presentation is online and done already by Shannon Charles. Thank you, Shannon. Since you are, but you please presentation in the 20 minutes, that will be 42 after the hour. Thank you very much.
Good morning and good afternoon, colleagues. Really nice to be with you virtually, even though I'm not with you in Ghana in person. So I'd like to speak today a little bit about a new book that is coming out on Friday called Educational Research Practice in Southern Context. And in a sense, what Magda has just presented is kind of research in action. And what I'd like to talk about is some of the things that, that we just really like to talk about when it comes to getting the research right, and getting the research right in a way that is decolonizing. And so many of you who know Sabelo Ndlovu-Gacheni, you would have heard him say this, that we need our work to be de-imperializing, de-westernizing, de-patriarchizing, de-racializing, de-corporatizing, de-canonizing, de-secularizing. And those of you who know Sabelo, you know that he doesn't say those things loudly, but he says it in all of his books quite constantly. And it's a good reminder to us about how we really should be working towards decolonizing. The other person that I think many of us have read in the past is Boaventura de Sousa Santos in his book Epistemologies of the South, where he says that it's time for a new relationship between knowledge and grassroots practices and politics, that we need an epistemological tradition that follows Paulo Freire and Steve Biko in intentionally catalyzing social justice by centering the oppressed, one that most importantly starts from the premise that social practices that we investigate are knowledge practices, and that draws on subjectivities that rebel against conformist, routinized, repetitive social practices, and are energized instead by experimenting with liminality, eccentric or marginal forms of sociability. So that's a mouthful, but what does he mean? So I was really inspired by those two quotes by Sabelo Ndlovu-Gacheni and Boaventura Santos. And about 2 years ago, with some colleagues, we edited a book called the Oxford Handbook of Global South Youth Studies. So I know this is an education conference, but my area of specialization is in youth sociology. And what we did in this handbook is we brought together 40 different Global South scholars to speak about how we center the South in our research. I think it's been a long while where we've been bemoaning the fact that we need to do the work of decolonizing in our research, but the question is how? How do we center the South? And for me, a really important piece was around emancipatory methodologies, encouraging and developing those. And I won't speak about that in a lot of detail today. Disrupting inequalities, developing a Southern Charter, and that certainly becomes something that more and more people across the African continent have been working on, is thinking about how we produce knowledge to benefit the world, not just the Global South. The Global North has got much to learn from the Global South. And then this word epistipraxis, which is something that we've put into the introduction to the handbook, where we relink theory, practice, and justice when we do our research. And I want to just talk about that for a few minutes. Epistipraxis is a word that we've cobbled together from epistemology, from knowledge creation and critical theory, which is very much what this conference is about, but also praxis. How does young people or young people in educational contexts, how do the everyday practices become part of our knowledge creation, of our theory building, so that we don't just develop knowledge through case studies from the African continent or from the Global South, but that we really bring them together into a justice-orientated politics and emancipatory action, ideas and action that bring about change. So for me, this idea of epistipraxis is something that should really undergird our research in the Global South. From the introduction to the handbook, my fellow editors and I had this to say: that youth in the Global South emerge in the post-colonial world in relation to material, social, political precarity, with their everyday practices constituted embodied forms of knowing. And so research with Southern young people involves working alongside, documenting and acknowledging these practices, just as Magda has just done and shown us. This exercise constitutes a form of epistipraxis, challenging the boundaries between knowledge, practice, and politics, and bringing them together. And it asks how the Global South can contribute to a global understanding of youth or education, or whatever our substantive area of inquiry is, to promote socially just outcomes and knowledge production that is more democratic. So this notion of epistipraxis for me is really important in underlining and undergirding the book that I want to briefly introduce to you today. We really have gone through pains to intentionally link theory with practice and justice outcomes, to recognize the practice of people on our continent in the Global South as knowledge practices, and to employ research methodologies that are more likely to create these theory, justice, practice nexuses. And we want to operationalize and evaluate our efforts towards this aim in bringing this book to our colleagues. I've also been really inspired over the years by the South Commission, the book and the process that came out of our continent 30 years ago, led by Julius Nyerere, where he spoke about how we really should work together as Global South scholars. We should develop self-reliance, not rely on the Global North as much as we have done. But we should not just move from subordination to independence, but to interdependence. It really is time for Global South scholars to offer the work that we do to the Global North and to come to some new understandings together, because otherwise we're going to be ghettoized in our knowledge production. And the other thing that he said in the South Commission was that responsibility for change rests with those from the South. The Global North are not going to come and ask for our opinions and for our contributions. And so we've almost got to make sure that our contributions are of such a quality and are of such a practical applicability that they can't be ignored. And then the final one that I've already mentioned is that the development of the South really must be of benefit to both the South and to the world. We have gifts to bring to the world, and we've got to write our research and do our research in such a way that we can make those contributions. So to introduce this book, it sounds like a little bit of an extended advertorial, but actually it's been a book that we've been working on for the last 2 years, my colleagues and I, Nidhi Singhal and Madeleine Arnott at the University of Cambridge. And so what we did is over the last few years, we collected together previously published articles on research written from a Southern context. So what I mean by Southern context, one example is we've got a work written by a Black feminist scholar who's teaching in an African studies department in the US. And so her work, for example, speaks about how the students in her class spoke about the importance of spirituality in qualitative research. Now, you won't find another article anywhere that deals with centering spirituality in research. You know, in the continent, we are not afraid of culture and religion, and many other ways that we are being. And so what this book does is it brings together these articles. Some are new, some are previously published, and there's a new introduction that have been written by us as editors. And we think it will be a valuable teaching resource to those of us who actually want to answer Sabella's question about how we depatriarchize, decolonize, deimperialize, deracialize, de-westernize our research practice. So what are the issues that must be decolonized, that must be reimagined, that must be centered? Because the title of the book is Educational Research Practice in Southern Contexts, Recentering, Reframing and Reimagining Methodological Canons. What are those canons? Well, I've got a whole list up on my PowerPoint, as you can see, but the issues are really things that we all know much about, and to put them all together in one place, I think, is the contribution that this book offers. So we want to reimagine ownership and voice. We want to take hegemonic theory and see what we can use from it and discard what we can't, and then create our own theory. For too long, Global South scholars have just acted as these repositories for case studies, and we really have to be a lot more bold in developing theory. What does confidentiality and consent mean in a more communal culture? Is it secrecy? Is it playing down people's right to be front and center in research? Contextually appropriate methods, acknowledging historical, political, economic, religious, and cultural contexts. Those are all things that we know that we must do, but frequently in our research practice, they get left behind. We need to aim for just outcomes and emancipatory practices. Our research must never be extractive, and our representations must be fair. We must think about partnership and reciprocity and enabling research. Different ways of being, knowing, and doing are important in Global South cultures. Community modes of teaching and learning, and these hierarchies of respect and honor that many of us live with in the Global South, but that are foreign to the Global North. And we've got to really think about histories of enslavement, domination, and exclusion. And then finally, of course, we must not assume that Northern experiences are universal, nor must we homogenize Southern experiences. So those are all really important pieces of what this book covers. The other thing that I wanted to speak about is, so Raewyn Connell speaks a lot about how Southern theory must be part of our work, and we were really pleased that she made a comment on our book and gave us some insight. But she said that this book helps us with conceptual debates and hands-on research experience, and provides a range of research methods, all of whom are considered from Global South positions, from statistics to poetry. So I wanted to put that up there because we're quite proud that she's been involved in critiquing and looking at this book that we've produced. Linda Tahui Smith wrote the foreword for the book, and we will all know how her work around decolonizing methodologies from the Maori context. And she starts out by saying that when she began her research journey, she felt out of scope and out of place. And it was because of the very way she was thinking about what it meant to be a Maori researcher working in predominantly Northern paradigms. And so she keeps saying that we've got to ask, with whose lens do we see and hear? With what frame do we foreground and center our focus? What do we try hard not to see, hear, or accept because the literature told us those things do not exist? And so how can we reframe, recenter, and reimagine research methods? And I'm pleased to say that although the whole book is not open access because some of it has got copyright from having been previously published, Linda has written a new foreword for the book, which is really good and really worth reading, and that's open access and will be available open access. The introduction to the book is open access, and 1 or 2 of the chapters in the book are available open access. So the book is in 3 parts. The first part recenters Southern experiences. The second part reframes some of these codes and canons and rituals around consent, etc. And the others offer some new approaches. And I just want to talk about some of them just very briefly, just to give you a sense of where we're going. So the recentering piece speaks about the ethics, about how we center disability and other positionalities, how we engage with hegemonic gender theory, for example, and how we start to reconstruct gender theory from an African or global South perspective. It talks about indigenous anti-colonial knowledge, and it also talks about post-colonial models from the Latin American context. So there's a start with kind of a lot of deeply theoretical understanding. Then the book goes on to talk about reflexivity of researchers as brokers and translators. This whole issue around insider-outsider debates, but from a global South perspective. What was it like conducting research in a Chinese context as non-Chinese researchers, but one of whom was Indian and the other of whom was Australian. So kind of a mix and a hybridity of the insider-outsider debate. Then the article that I spoke about that recenters spirituality in research by Christina Morton with her group of researchers in African studies in the US. Then ethical issues and dilemmas in Bangladesh around consent and privacy and communality and confidentiality and what that might mean in places like Bangladesh, and then in Pakistan, conformed consent in the context of a village where it might not be appropriate to ask for consent in the way that we do in our Western individualistic model. And then 7 chapters that offer some ideas around methods, actual ways that you can decolonize your research in practice. And the first one is really around data sovereignty and quantitative research, decolonizing quantitative research, which we don't hear about very often. An incredible piece on focus groups in the Tanzanian context and what focus groups are meant to do. And instead, what we've done with focus groups is we've used them as a kind of a group interview, which is really not the way it should be working. And it's not the way to get the best out of the knowledge, the knowledge collection process. Social network interviewing, something I've done with my colleague to try and get younger people involved in the research process as researchers themselves. Visual methodologies that Terry will speak about later, but just really kind of putting together some of the ethical and some of the dilemmas around visual methodologies in a South African context. Then poetic inquiry and making sure that multiple voices are heard through poetic inquiry. And then researching family lives and schooling using a listening guide where you listen to all members of the family in separately and together in order to get this kind of polyvocal understanding from your research. And then finally putting together pedagogies of absence, conflict, and looking at Native American experiences, Afro-Portuguese experiences, and Romani experiences, people who are marginalized in many ways. So that's what the book does. We're very proud of it. And as I said, it's coming out on Friday. I'm sure it'll be available in your university very soon. But this is where we hope that we can offer a contribution to not just talking about decolonizing, but actually offering some tools for decolonizing to take place in practice. Thank you very much for your time.
So, of course, as those are once the production.
We are all there. Good morning, colleagues. Wonderful to be here and implement. How we about actually such method. Can you hear me? Okay. Yes. That's better than me. Thank you very much. Yeah. The idea why was photo voice. In last year, we invited to NMU, what happened to basically it was a launch. And on one, you tell yourself again, look at this, and in a project on violence and well-being. And we were looking at student movements, but taking a lens that is basically focusing on the psychosocial well-being. Then our realization was that, you know, in South Africa particularly, we know that there are student programs and they attend regularly. And they have been studied for a very long time. There are various ratings. However, in these ratings, the one that is being presented is the voice of the elites. For instance, Professor Jansen, Professor Habib, also including Dr. Mexpress. All of those people are vice chancellors. So, as we are grappling with the idea of how are we going to investigate this, we realize that there is this method called photo voice. And we have to learn it. So that we also use it. Why did we choose photo voice? We chose photo voice because system it gives the person a voice. It is emotion. It is emotional. It involves emotions. And those emotions are not only all the person who is presented in the book, but the person who is actually seeing the photo. So it is accessible. And also, we wanted to ensure that the student activists do have a voice. They are centered in their voice creation. Because often when we do student tests, we are looking at them from the purpose that the students are and reading. Yes, we are told that it can be unread, but within the sort of context, they are seen as moving disruptive to the education of the system. So we are not going to do that because don't have utility. So why is it important points? It is a way to participation in the approach by which taking and discussing photos of which people identify and reflect on particular issues relevant to their work in a critical area. And then
Certain instances involve participants in changing their circumstances with better reflections on the effect of such efforts to initiate change. Session, the guest spoke about social justice. There can never be social justice that without people who are affected. And love is on the competitive elements. It is about it's about inclusive, it's about it's about community. So, second one is the also and the emancipatory economic because in education, such caring there was season of national presence of colonialization. The top down below the how the said we have to and actually we have to to give us this solid and to allow the people so if you get participants, it didn't know you to serve of higher education, it's very and most importantly, third place, it's the potential to develop power in major symmetries. So, as the development of the living identity as it allows from all equal participation between the second, the researchers and participants. In a way, particularly model, when we're looking at the medium, you will realize how this relationships, how equal participation between the participants and influence participators. And every part of the project itself and fund and maybe photographs and showing fabulous fiction and the stories and but we have to be otherwise we can never talk about it. It's very difficult, but most importantly, personal involvement is what drives it. And when this is not involvement, then it's actually ownership of the product that is different, the end and the process itself. So the process of forming is basically you have a research team, and then from the research team, obviously, we have participants who will come together and conceptualize the issue of interest and internationalization. What is now is to have an exhibition, a mini exhibition that we have. And because it aims at facilitating change, not only at external, but at marketing, then it has an element of advocacy. And we are the feature number 4, stating 4. There is a person wearing a cap. That person wearing a cap is a student activist. And everything is a city of 7 where invited by the student affairs division there to speak about our project. So, as I said, it is centrally there participant, and that is something. And This picture also depicts the previous picture, but you can see that in the sequence is it is related to this. You don't necessarily have to have a solution, you don't necessarily have to fancy that it is adaptable. It has to be relevant and responsive to the context of the people with whom we are interacting. And this is basically how often the sessions. And also one teaching for tomorrow, this will be the process. So we need second because no okay. Then okay to the next time. So a little bit we have about this activities and the interested would say this. And as you said, it's a practical exercise that basically shows them they participate active in the process. And that's why I want to make it. It's a weekend. You see, we have they presenting the exhibition discussion with the policymakers. Basically, it means that even the people who participate in tomorrow will be doing the very same thing. And as part of advocacy, we see different artists and research. So it will be very important. There is maybe next month we have executive work investigator, CDs and director of student affairs, academics and student affairs services practitioners and also regulators. And in all engagements, there is always a student activist. Meeting of course, which is the or feelings for the customer is a very different political in that it is representing profitable and also influencing sure that this change inside the student there. So there's other different ways. And again, remember I said that it is accessible. We need to make it accessible. So we have exhibitions in different countries and we can the world, the last one at the New York University. And that's the end of the photo session. And now we will be telling us about the emerging and editing the research of academy that we will to work. And thank you.
Thank you, Kiamo. So yes, join the ACUSAfrica Emerging and Early Research Academy. So this runs parallel with, of course, the conference. It is aimed at career researchers, but if you are a senior researcher and you say you really want to learn how to talk the voice, you are also welcome to join. There is a priority though, so as we were saying, you need to work with about 50 participants of the conference. We are starting this afternoon, and from then on we will have 6 workshops between this afternoon and Friday morning. And on Friday afternoon, we will be presenting collectively the results of our voice workshops to the conference as a whole in the form of an exhibition. So the idea is that we will actually do academy in voice methodology in a very, very practical way by designing this afternoon our own projects, and then we do it together and do a voice project together using the methodology called rapid photo voice, which then by Friday morning or rather Friday afternoon we have an exhibition, photo voice exhibition to present. So what the kind of preliminary, the idea of the topic would be the university as learning place, and we will use the occasion of the sightseeing tour as well as our Congo inhabiting of the beautiful space and place for the next 2 days. Then think about, take photos about, and reflect about our own experiences of university of this first universities that we have learning places in social spaces, including of course issues of power relation, what we think critically about things, how gender is placed, how ethnically they may be in one way or another, how classes they are, how confusing what they are with social relation, inclusive for everything, and so on. And so that is the topic. The photo choice in the example topic would be critical reflection from the university of learning to play in social space. And I want to just try and go back to the previous slide that had here. So we will pretty much actually follow process like that. So starting with the signing up immediately after this session before lunch, there is a sign up. You can sign up where part of the academy. By the way, the program has been arranged such that you're actually not going to miss any part of this conference by being part of the academy. But you are going to do a lot of work than what you would do if you were just an academic tourist. You are going to be a knowledge worker at this conference. You will learn, co-create knowledge in this 3 days in a serious way. Starting with the recruitment of participants, you will then be getting already the take-home guidelines so that over lunch or whatever you can start the career and itself, and then this it is in the program. We'll have a first introductory 2.5-hour workshop and research question, key issues. We'll set the goals together collectively. We'll start sharing some experiences of being at university as a place of learning, as a place of social interaction, and so on. And then we will also have today by Antonio Erasmus, who is a qualified graphic designer and brand manager, who wears very, very happy. He will be doing actually training in photography, the ethics of photography, the risks, and how one does photo elicitation, and so on. In this training session, and then what is there said between day 1 and 2, which is precisely with ours as well, between today and tomorrow. We will start taking pictures going about campus with your cameras, maybe if you want to reflect on something that happens in your home campus, or so, you might want to scroll through the internet and find photos there. You might want to quickly WhatsApp a friend and say, can we go and take a picture of the statue? I really want to use this picture in my photos projects to right? And then in the evening after dinner, we'll get together quickly, half an hour, talk, how's it going? Tomorrow morning after breakfast, just as we arrive here, invite everybody out, quickly and so on. We will have a meeting in the seminar room just for a half an hour, quickly, touching base, or how it's going, where are we, and so on, starting to discuss the photo collection. And also, it's not just about photos, because we all, part of photo is also that we are explaining what this photo means, why in this photo, it can be a photo of a cloud that reminds you of something, but unless you actually explain why you took this picture and what it is for you, that you had your head in the clouds when you arrived at the university, but now you feel very down to earth, or something like that, whatever it is, right? Just making an example. So, and then in the course of tomorrow, we'll continue with that. And then we'll meet in the late afternoon and we will start systematically discussing, everybody having about 3 photos, maybe 5 at most, and we'll start discussing them together. What does it mean? Start writing captions for them, and maybe little stories, a paragraph or so of what this photo means, or what you see in it, what you want to tell with this photo. About your experiences, and we'll also start talking about the connection between what we are finding, what is called sometimes in literature thematizing. You see, are there cross-cutting ideas? Are there cross-cutting issues? Is there somebody who talks about, experiences of violence on campus? Somebody talks about GDP, and somebody else talks about poverty, campus and food insecurity, and so I think that can be grouped together, while others talk about flowers and plants, beautiful other things, and that can also then be put together, right? So that we start thematizing, and then Antonio and Piano and I will then try overnight to pull this together. Friday morning we meet again after breakfast, and we'll start talking about what seems to be urgent, and whether this is more or less capturing, and how we want to then on Friday after lunch present together what we have learned from the 2 days as an exhibition here on the big screen to the comments. That is the methodology. It's one of the methodologies that Professor Swartz was talking about, and we hope to share a little bit with you of how we tried this, and well, inspired as well. We think about this as the PhD postdoc early career project method. Thank you so much.
Right, that's sure she's beginning to them. So let's a job. Africanizing, decolonizing research methodologies. Now, one thing that worries me is how the people's history and nations' history, the continent's history, can be reduced to one event, the colonial event. So that we talk so much about the colonial impact. That defines our history, pre-colonial history, colonial history, post-colonial history. And it's not possible. Not always. So how can the University of Africa define knowledge production, engage in knowledge production, taking into account the rich history of this continent, much more than that single event that we use to characterize ourselves. Essentially, decolonize, coloniality. Well, some of the discussions that we had now sort of give us pointers to how we do things differently. So, for example, in terms of architecture, didn't people live on this before the colonial event? Architectural process. We're interested in what you're doing. If you remember the great discussion on Great Zimbabwe, for the longest time, there was a huge argument that it couldn't have been built by the Shona. They couldn't have done it. Some other culture can do it on their own language. The colonial event. We need to think about that. And that's why this discussion on indigenous peoples and knowledge creation is so important. And also work now to focus once to capture the people themselves is wonderful. Let's think about it. Our history is much more than we can imagine. So I want us to discover that we have something 20 minutes. You will grab the mic, go to the mic in the center there, ask the panelists any questions. Let's discuss our knowledge production on this continent within the framework, for example, of what we have to do the university. What should the university do? How can we do it? Thank you. Any answer? Yes, Ayanda. Can you direct it to what you should ask a question so that the person who else can hear what you are on?
Yes, ma'am.
So let's take a couple about 3 questions, and then the panelists can answer them. Respond.
Thank you very much to the presenter for such an Thank you very much. The first one, I wasn't so much aware that we can link into the study systems to architecture until I read one article which is the person here right now at the certain comments when I saw that trend. This particular community is bringing people coming from different disciplines, sharing one commonality, which is studying from universities. Thank you for that. I have a question, as a comment to the previous presentation, to ask about the presentation on photo voice. Does it differ mainly from the methodology of participatory visual methodologies, where one compared with the voice and the little texts are part of the whole methodology? For example, the people that we can really particularly in South Africa, as the team of Onesani, Michelle, Dange, Paul, where you take the whole PVM and then the particular sub-discipline photo voice use it. Is it different? Like we have taken photo voice as part of PVM and implemented in your particular study, or is there something that is new? Because I'm interested to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Darren. It's a name. I come from the University of Belfast. How far have you went with interpreting the photo was the colonial methodological problem? I say this because the photography in Africa is a very dirty work. It's a very dirty practice. Where we see how African bodies, African cities, and African homes, and African communities are photographed and engaged in this. You even see professors from the US, they have conferences in Africa, they want to see the zoo, they want to see the lions, the elephants, how these photos are taken, and even how human beings in Africa are taken as photos, more or less like animals themselves. So I just want to check the extent of photo voice as a colonial problem itself, which is presented on how the African slaves engaged in person.
If I let me just get rushed after that, the pictures that are taken and tend to violate the privacy of African life, which takes place more on the outside. And we take it from different places in Devon. Look at traveling across the countryside, you know, who make buttons, forms around the land. They're taking that up and you can see that they are very interested in this picture. They want to make those type of picture. And I don't know what I mean. And you have to tell them, no, you can't do that. It's here. See, all the support, what she's preparing us way physical laws. They really want to see this later rather than that. So thank you. Very important. I think the other. Thank you.
So, let me take another one.
Wow, thank you so much. Specifically response to the questions. Start with a dynamic. Political design actually has been super helpful in our understanding better visual methodologies. She came in towards the tail end of the project and have mainly helped us conceptualize the scholarly nature of what comes up other than the exhibition of a project, of a this project. And with that, they kind of helped us to understand that what we initially conceived as a photo copy taking, that this is the visual essay, and you have to take it you have to take it seriously. The standard photo work is a participating visual methodology, one federal. We should be using it in this way. If I may, the second point, folks, the role of the canon the colonnading camera. And of course, the person who is behind the camera is the one who takes the photo, who comments on the photo, who is the knower of what is in the photo, is a very different one from the person who is involved in photo voice. Because the person who's involved in photo voice is typically someone who documents their own experience. They don't document somebody else. They document their own experience. They take the photo, they comment on the photo, they explain the meaning of the photo to others, making an experience that is otherwise inaccessible, accessible. So difference is that with the colonizing camera, you have an outsider interpretation. With photo voice, you have an insider account, and an insider interpretation. It is actually the idea is similar to what we heard about basically say community members who have people who have been stereotyped as aesthetic not knowers become knowers. So that issue is taken very, very seriously. In fact, the first person who has done something that is called photo voice is actually Paulo Freire. And it goes back to where does the method come from? It's his work with community members in favelas, trying to help them bring their issues around services in favelas, onto the political agendas. Yeah.
And also related to with contemporary, we also think about so in every workshop about today, want to say basically we do not if there is no productive happens, then I have to get permission from the owner of the and that person would be if we say that comes from here. So there is just no way that we can say that we are using the camera photos in a way that they mechanism between them is very different in that we are allowed and person not a story and if the person telling a story of that message is also represented. So they have to consent. So they have to consent to their community.
In respect of this need, because I think that's not certain. You know, we need to use the set or different sets of instruments, and sometimes you know, like this type of creative instruments give the opportunity to tell things that sometimes can't be written on the and that is a really good way of moving people as we were saying in your presentation. So we really need to be creative, and I think that this is a good instrument to explore. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you, Helen. Thank you.
I'd like to check with Shane on food online. Whether we can make any comment, especially in focus, giving kind of being actually
So I won't I won't comment too much on the photo voice issue, but one of the things that I think the colleagues are bringing up is the space within the continent, within the Global South, for new methodologies. And so there's nothing to stop anybody creating a new methodology that does all the things that we want it to do. It allows people to represent themselves. It allows issues of justice to be described. It brings together the issues of knowledge with theory, with practice, with social justice. And so I've been, some of the articles in the book are about poetic inquiry. And so we've got a long tradition of poetry in the Global South on the African continent, but we've also got other traditions around art and sculpture and archives. And so all of those are absolutely methodologies that we really must bring into the conversation. And Michael, I think your point is right, that we don't want to be known as, the one issue of colonization on the continent or in the Global South. But if we are to go forward as a continent, as the Global South, we've got to be bringing new methodologies into the conversation and making them so good that the Global North will want to use them. And then they will have to acknowledge where they have come from. And I think that's really important. And I think that this new generation of scholars, that's what we need to be encouraging them to do, is to come up with new rigorous methodologies that will help us move forward.
Well, and we have resulted in 19. Thank you very much. The problem coming from human that what is today.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the presentation. The voice is just about need to break. I think for me, from the voice is instead of the way I understand it, instead of saying I'm doing research on participants, maybe become researchers, putting such equipment into their hands empowers them to focus, reflect on their realities. So for me, it's emancipatory, and with the different issues of patriarchy and GDP and all these kind of issues, trying to explore what it means, what does this mean to them, and then make meaning to focus. It seems like because so capitalism is very emotive. This outside Johannesburg last week, and my false camera looks like Humanities or something, but it's plural again. And the plural was given the tendency to be the past in South Africa for Black people to be able to move around. It's a US company that does that. So it evokes such emotions with us. And we feel more cautious as Pedro and others were saying when it comes to this. So we're very aware. And I would say that community to put up front what are the kind of ethics, not just what's women spoken about, but what are the kind of ethics in terms of cultural dispositions of people that we need to consider when we are engaging with communities about how this kind of research as it were. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Somewhere. Mr. PhD Shamli of the aspect of history practice component in discarding the book and specifically around responsibility change relative to the South. Because the knowledge is not knowledge unless it is separated. And much of constructions towards dissemination starts with the knowledge. And you realize when we have disseminate indigenous local contextual movements in a foreign language, which is a precondition. And actually, if you want to do this, try bringing them to any journal, that they is automatically defined, it will be rejected. Then comes the opportunity of psychological dissemination. Many of the South communities have a big kind of strategy to supporting finance or even convening systems or structures of social here. Does the movement get this or would you work share with us on segregation? And consideration of really want to be really silent, so you maybe it's our effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Representative. The health department told we have to live in a certain way. And I intend to bridge generational gap. There are lots of things that really exist that are good. And my fear is that the first of emphasis on the new, we might be missing some tools for exist. So for me, how do we bridge, how do we even separate something old? And I was thinking specifically of the series for women rights in Africa, which look at women in different contexts of the continent. West Africa, a very useful resource for teaching and things that the political studies program. We should be open not only to the new, but to the existing, and perhaps primarily regions in new place. How do we take some with this critical lens?
Responding to that is we engage shall inform my chief developers at this time.
Well, I think there were questions, but it was mostly comments actually. I just want to appreciate the range made around the ethics, risks, participating in photography, and how important that is, the issue of consent, of course, and making sure that the safety potential of that is here in several different kinds of methodologies, not just photo voice, participatory acts, research methodologies more generally, but there is a lot of participatory potential in doing research. The question is just whether you are actually in that orientation. Cameron was outlining well photo voice as its methods, and that the kind of strength that photo voice have, to some extent, it is weaknesses, of course. Like, for example, in multimedia is one way of going into that. In an in-depth interview, one can, get into a kind of other depth. Much point of focus group as well. So just to add that. Thank you so much for my comment with that as well. The fact that what we need to actually, I think what we need to do is we need to be aware, right? And we need to strive for methodological diversity. There are different ways in which things are perceived, conceived, and interpreted, right? And there are different methods that help us to to bring knowledge to light. Yes, thanks.
Just 2 seconds. In terms of the kind of ethics, from start we said that total voice is the co-creation of knowledge. So we start where the people are. And we have, it is the people with whom we interact with, who also. We need less young, it's very important. For instance, what I done, in our program, we of course were able to guarantee food. And because we're dealing with a subject that is can be included, we inform the student evidence that whatever you say, you need to say you cannot say I do as though something. Okay. I started a fire in the intelligence. I did a fire in the you cannot say that because that is self-incriminate. You'd rather than some people that are fine and then should you be that oops, that's something you are going to come back and say that please circulate that information because it was a simple. So we are always not making the energy of the energy of the idea of the participants. Thank you.
So, please.
So I'm afraid I didn't hear all the questions, but I think I did pick up one about dissemination and language. And I wanted to just address that briefly. When I read Linda Tahui Smith, she writes very eloquently about the double consciousness that she has to have. And she's quoting W.E.B. Du Bois, in that in one sense, we have an obligation to the academy to make sure that our methods are rigorous and that we adhere to ethics committees, but we also have a huge obligation to the people amongst whom we research and ultimately for whom our research is. And I think that that for me is something that, and so this notion of double consciousness is very helpful because I do research and I write journal articles and I make sure that it abides by all the rules and regulations for that. But I also go back to the people amongst whom I research and I talk in different ways, in different languages. I adopt youth friendliness. I adopt different languages when I speak back to people. But here's the other thing that for me is really important. I think that our task as academics is also to educate the academy and the ethics committees that we work with. So if, for example, I find that there's something that the ethics committee is forcing me to do that doesn't feel contextually right, doesn't honor the culture that I'm working in, I will write a paper, get it published, and then show the ethics committee that there's another way is possible. And I think that it's a lot of work, colleagues, but actually that's the way that we bring about change. We don't just bring about change by protesting, right? Although that's one way of doing it. We've also got to subtly undermine the canons that are in place at the moment. And I think that's really important. And so those issues of language and this double consciousness is really important. Thank you.
Many are critical about this, have a lot of work to do. So the government conversation chart forward and look at things in new ways, but also remember the many things in the books. I'd like to thank you very much for the great work. Journey to the development.
So I'm just have a few logistical things to reach out to. So we'll have lunch now and we'll reconvene at 1:30 our time. And this will be our first session. So there'll be 2 sessions. Parallel panel 1 will be held in the seminar. Just upstairs, on the side, and we'll make sure that we're allowed to direct people. That will be facilitated by Joy Owen. And then the other parallel session, parallel panel 2 will be here in the auditorium. That'll be African theories and other members teams, and that will be facilitated by the head of theory. So you can choose which one you'd like to attend. Yeah, and then we should end in 3. After there'll be a tea break, and then the documentary screening in auditorium will run concurrently with the first photo voice workshop will be held in the second room. Also, just to note that dinner will be held on campus, and the pavilions where lunch has been held. And then just 2 last things. Anyone for lady sessions today and sessions tomorrow on Friday has a PowerPoint presentation for some visual aid that I've shared. You can email me about it. And if you take photos during your stay here that you would be happy to share with us, you can email them to me in the conference, because I have to put them all together and share it something and also use for our books to be circulated as it's finished. So yes, thank you very much.
Just to say again, signing up for all good voices happening. Antonio is pointing it out there. It's at the table, on the table, just before you are exiting the auditorium. There's a sign up register. Please just put down your name and details, signing up today.
So thank you very much. If you do want to take your face with you, I'll mention this place is lost. You can have pretty much, right? And see if is that like I haven't still free to do so. Thank you.
Speaker is Nelson Mandela, Africanizing Community Engagement and Climate Change.
Thank you so much. My name is Nelson. I hope my PowerPoint will be put there. But I'm looking at Africanizing University Community Engagement, Climate Change Action, Opportunities at African Universities. I must say that this paper is part of a larger study that I'm conducting, and kindly listen. So it's common knowledge that many countries are currently grappling seasons, and this is contributing to catastrophic fires, droughts, floods, and other impacts of climate change. So climate change threatens to undo or even reverse the progress and efforts that have been made towards meeting the SDGs. Is my PowerPoint there? It's not there. Okay, so Uganda and many other African countries are signatories to United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, Kyoto Protocol, and for the first time we have had an African Summit on Climate Change in Kenya a month ago. So such platforms are to adopt and implement policies and measures designed to mitigate climate change. And some of a core issue that this study looked at is the role of the university's third mission, which is community engagement. Normally we have three missions of the university: teaching, research, and then community engagement or knowledge transfer. So what is the problem? While I've mentioned that the changing climate is making it harder to deliver on sustainable development goals, looking at what the first presenter in the morning talked about, Prof. seated behind, looking at SDGs as a framework for universities, social responsible universities, these they have an opportunity to address issues of climate change. And when we come back to an African context, we are at a more risk as a continent because of one, limited skill and equipment for disaster management, limited financial resources, weak institutional capacities, heavy dependency on aid-fed agriculture, questions of cost, equity, responsibility, and a lot of misconceptions about climate change. So there has also been over-reliance on technological solution with minimal attention to the role of social solutions of the universities. So this is where the third mission of universities come in: community engagement. So with recent calls, according to different authors, SDGs should be guidelines for socially responsive universities. So the major research question for this study was to explore the opportunities that might be able to enhance the third mission of universities and their programs towards climate change action. And my theory that guided this study, I wanted to use an African theory or philosophy because I was looking at an African problem, looking for African contextualized solutions. And I used Ubuntu theory. This is a deeply held African philosophy of ideals of community, community rooted in interconnectedness of others. So the Ubuntu postulates that human potential can only be realized in partnership with others, the collectivity towards a common cause. So there is a profound sense of interdependence. And in this case, I'm looking at the universities and the communities towards a common problem of climate change. So I relied on three major tenets as part 2.2, 1999, one of interdependency or human interconnectedness, where we are looking at the success of the university reflected in the community that surrounds that university. Communalism or collectivism, solidarity, working together towards a common problem, and then reciprocity, having a mutual beneficial relationship between communities, in this case, the university as a community, and then the local communities and the entire community. So these Ubuntu principles or values that are purely African recognize that institutions and communities are mutually dependent on each other. None should live in isolation of the other. So such deeply held African values can shape community response to disasters. And in this particular study, we are having climate change at our midst. So the epistemic framework, Ubuntu theory proposes these tenets as epistemic framework to arrive to solutions to such community problems. So they used a research design coming from an interpretivism, purely qualitative study, using a multiple comparative case study. I was using Makerere University and then Deje University, Makerere being one of the oldest, I think the oldest university that we have in East Africa. And then Deje University as an oldest private university. I wanted to look at that. I used interviews focused group discussions, and are using thematic analysis. So what are these opportunities? I hope the person on the PowerPoint could run to the opportunities. The first opportunity that comes from these findings is institutional support for climate, for community engagement programs. While the studies have highlighted weak institutional policies and institutional support, we believe that in an African contextualized space, we need institutional support. And this is in terms of a change of incentive regimes at the universities. We want participants believed that let promotions be based on what have the university staff or the students, the university staff achieved in terms of engagement, review of institutional policies that support particularly community engagement. In an African context, we have realized that there is so much focus on teaching and research, but less focus on community engagement. Another opportunity, PowerPoint, you need to be moving with me. We are at the next, leveraging traditional conversational spaces in an African context, especially in East African, we call them the barazas. These are traditional spaces where local members and local leaders meet to discuss issues that affect the communities. And if universities could use these spaces, they could produce knowledge that is more believable because there is co-creation. You're sitting with the local participants in these traditional barazas spaces to reach at solutions to problems that affect the communities. And then we have incorporation of indigenous knowledge in the mainstream academic and collaboration programs. We know before this classical knowledge came, Africans used to live with the environment and they protected it very well. Using an example of Baganda, who could be here, we know that we have traditions, taboos against some of the trees. You're not supposed to cut this. We have animals that are taboos. You're not supposed to eat this. And all this was a way of protecting the ecosystem. So is it possible now to explore this opportunity? And then we take back, we go back to the indigenous knowledge system and we see how can we incorporate such knowledge into the mainstream academics and then in those collaboration programs. Then community empowerment and income diversification is another key opportunity. We all know that poverty is one of the key drivers of climate change, and the university being the creator of knowledge, good at sourcing for funding in terms of projects and other sources, we could look at leadership empowerment, local leadership empowerment in the communities, sourcing for funding to community projects, and universities leading income diversification initiatives. How about harnessing women's knowledge experiences and contribution towards mitigation? Issues of inclusivity in addressing, and that is what Ubuntu is talking about. Can we bring everybody on board? In an African setup, women experience the challenges of climate change more than even the men, because in an African setup, women get to the environment more than the men. In my communities, it is the women who largely go to dig, planning for cultivation, harvesting, and all that. And sometimes men come at the end when it is to sell the products. But when it comes to dealing, accessing, sourcing for these climate initiatives, women are excluded. But remember, they have great knowledge, great experiences with such. And then synergetic approaches for policy formulation. Already Ubuntu says we must work collectively. So when we are putting these policies together, can we include everyone? Can we work together? Can it not be only the learned, the professors? Can we get to the communities for their contributions? Can we listen to them and co-create knowledge, especially for these policies? So, as I conclude, with a rapidly closing window of opportunities to secure livable and sustainable future for all, African universities and communities offer contextualized opportunities that are necessary and can accelerate engagement programs for climate change action. The findings suggest that accelerated synergies, working together, collaborativeness, as postulated by the Ubuntu values, can slow down the observed widespread and substantial impacts, related losses, and damages attributed to climate change. So to effectively utilize these opportunities, community engagement at universities require each university in an African context to pay attention to its institutional context, like history, discipline focus, location, ownership, mission, values, priorities in line with national policies. So tapping into available engagement opportunities can play a crucial role in enabling and accelerating shifts in university community engagement pathways towards sustainability. So what are the recommendations? Universities ought to prioritize inclusivity, transparency, equitable decision-making, and improved access to finance and technology by community engagement programs at the universities and community members. We need also to set up explicit community engagement formal structures and instituting principles for integrating indigenous knowledge. We understand that Africa has been defined for us more than how we have defined it. So we need now to go back to our indigenous knowledge system. How did we solve these problems? We cannot largely depend on classical knowledge and leave behind the indigenous knowledge systems. So lastly, the conceptualization, implementation, and sustainability of community engagement programs in African contextualized higher education institutions, especially universities, should reflect indigenous epistemologies induced by African philosophies as its core foundations. Can we learn and try to get to the problems that we are facing in Africa using African epistemologies? Prof talked about a lot in the morning. So those theories are there. Let us not look at problems affecting Africans using theories tested in different continents. While we have our African philosophies and theories that can help us to look at problems using African lenses. I thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was an incredibly interesting talk about the opportunities afforded by different African methodologies. Next, we have Claudio, who's going to be speaking about Southern attitudes, renewed engagements with theory and praxis to overcome the limits of decoloniality. Thanks, Claudio.
Hi, hello. Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm happy to be here, and I have to start acknowledging the organizers for making it possible to fly from Rio to Accra. I'm very happy to be here. And I also would like to acknowledge those who helped on the organizations, but which were not here, which is like Fortunate and Vimbinso, who really didn't measure efforts to have me taking the flight. So thanks a lot for that. I think this panel, we have a challenge this afternoon, which is keeping you awake after this lunch, which is another level, I would say, of challenge. And I will start trying this, disappointing you for two things. I don't have a PowerPoint, and I'm not speaking on favor of decolonization. So I start by these two statements, and I'll mirror some of the conversations we had at the last panel, especially what Michael has addressed, as having coloniality or colonialism as the only devil or the only evil we have in the room, responsible for all the evil, all the problems that we face on society. my talk, I would like to address 3 points only: the coloniality, the conquests and limits of it. Attitudes, I would like to introduce an idea and a concept I've been working on, and also have been having really happy to have colleagues and friends joining this conversation on attitudes and the idea of Southern attitude, which is a concept I'm working on. And last, if time allows me, share one experience of my university, which is trying to produce a new engagement with collaboration that is not competitive. It's probably aligning with some of the things that we are discussing here today. My approach to this idea of liberatory discourses is not only through the sociology of knowledge, but through also some sort of ethnography of knowledge production. So I try to observe settings in which knowledge production is taking place or discussed as places where things happen. It's theater as well. We're missing action. We're missing attitudes. That's my point. And I have an assumption also, which is that there is an exhaustion of this decolonial conversation. I'm very comfortable saying that because, well, most of this conversation is coming from Latin America regionally. Some of the concepts are grown up out of the conversations we had there, and it's spreading. And sometimes I think we're losing track of some important issues that were addressed at the beginning of the conversation. So this is also part of a book I'm co-organizing by the colleague, Peggy Levitt. I have Pedro, we have also Kofi participating on it. I'm co-teaching a course which is ongoing right now as we speak. It's called Beyond Decolonization, with the participation of 5 scholars from Singapore, Amsterdam, and Rio, and students, of course. And I would like to, on the behalf of this idea of having ethnographic sightings, I would like to share a ethnographic scene, or if you would like, an anecdote to start with. Like 2 years ago, I was organizing a big symposium in Germany on the idea of equalities in science, how North-South divide operates in not only knowledge production, but in science production. There were real scientists among us at that time. And there's a curious episode happened there, which was that we had one European scholar who was not far from the venue where we were physically. This person was based very close. And although most of those coming from the South had to struggle with visas and vaccine visas as well, because it was still at the book of the pandemics, this person, 40 minutes away, decided she was not coming to the venue because she didn't have, well, she had to attend to a ceremony to gain a prize, and then several excuses were given. Although she was introducing herself as an engaged decolonizer scholar. Also, she refused to join, to join in person, but also to have her image recorded on Zoom, because she was participating online. And even her voice could not be recorded. So her image was absent, her voice was there, but I tried to convince her that the image, the footage would be broadcasted later for those in the South who couldn't attend or who didn't have the good connection to follow it online. It was not possible. And the conversation kind of escalated through email to the point that this person said, "Oh, I find myself in the middle of a political discussion. I thought it was a scientific meeting." I said, "Yes, precisely. This is a political discussion. It's an ethical discussion of how we produce knowledge." And from there, I said to this person, "If you don't understand that this is a politically engaged conversation, this is probably not the place for you to convey your message. If it is disentangling theories from attitudes, from critical, ethical, or political views on how we produce knowledge, then we are just commodifying the ideas, identities, and people. We are commodifying ideas, identities, and people." This is a concept I developed in one article written in the form of an interview that I published at American Anthropologist 3 years ago. Back to the track. What does it mean to decolonize? What is decoloniality? It's of course a polysemic concept, has many origins, has many historical roots, of course related to the process of independences in many places, but also committed to the idea of producing new futures, new pathways, autonomous thinking, and messages related to that. Of course, it's also related, recently it got more related to the political economy of knowledge production, and also especially to social theory, and has some roots in my continent, in Latin America, where this person, this political scientist, Aníbal Quijano, might be that most of you are familiar with him, Peruvian political scientist, coined the concept of coloniality of power. He meant that coloniality, it's a facet, it's a texture of power. So power is colonial by nature, as it is androcentric, as it is racist. So this is how is approached to this idea. It's something from the late 1990s that was, redeveloped in the early 2000s. And other scholars joined for addressing points that blind spots that he had, including, for example, the sexist or androcentric nature of power and of colonialism. So he's denouncing he's denouncing colonialism, and from there, most people picked up the conversation to address education. So it is very much present. Only 5? Oh, I thought I had more, according to my, okay. Now I lost. Oh, okay, let me try to summarize then. So what is this conversation about? Like how do we produce decolonization? How do we decolonize? By including what is missing there, which is diversity. And what is diversity? Well, diversity is a situated and intersectional concept that tries to address absences. So absence of non-white, non-male, non-cisgender speakers in the scene that were important for developing ideas, although they were invisibilized later, on favor of non-racialized white voices, and this dehistoricizing the West as a way of conquesting other minds and sentiments. But it speaks of of the absence of a multi-situated agency. We don't have multi-situated agency with diversity is not there. So how to come out with a solution for that? And the proposal has been ongoing to promote diversity and then represent the absence voice, restituting the invisibility of them and challenging education protocols and disciplinary canons. And why is it so important? Because, well, disciplinary canons speak for a place where power is very much clearly addressed, where you see what is not there. Very clearly, you see what is missing. But also because the canon is responsible for explaining modernity as a way of relating to society, how the society is constituted. And explaining modernity is a byproduct of explaining the expansion of Western, European, and North Atlantic histories. I'm now squeezing it very much. No, that's fine. I got another counter. I was lost, but that's my fault. Sorry. So we are restituting obliterated voices. We are restituting invisibilized people. But what else is missing there? What do we miss when we miss those voices? And this is probably one of the blind spots of the conversation around decolonization that is being criticized by other people in Latin America, Southeast Asia, and some Africans as well, scholars on that regard. When we obliterate their voices, we're not only losing their theories and how their theories are grounded in, say, specific environments, social and intellectual environments, but we're missing also the political projects and the commitments that were in which those theories were developed to challenge and to promote transformation and to promote social justice. So when we get rid of authors, say, for example, as a person who was very important for this university and this city, William Du Bois, when we obliterate, when we invisibilize the message, we also lose track that this person was not only writing theories about how racism should be counted as a key aspect for sociological theory, but we're missing also the fact that he is addressing racism in school, in textbooks for children in 1930s US. He's not only writing sociological theory, but the commitment is much larger than that. The ethical and the political commitment around that idea. So if it's so great, the colonial turn, why some people are raising critiques that this is getting blind or lazy as a sort of a theoretical approach, like the coloniality or the colonialism is getting lazy? Because promoting diversity is the way is now happening. It's just being done by the celebration of the singleness of Western civilizational patterns. We can only reincorporate authors like, for example, William Du Bois through considering him as a theoretician, not the political project that was behind. Just like Cliff was saying here, well, we can actually transform a fella into a theoretician, but we miss the political project that was behind that. So we are encompassing non-white voices through a white sort of civilizational or epistemic way of representing it. We are canonizing apocryphal voices through the same canonical structures that separate ideas, theories from attitudes, actions. My invitation here is that we reconsider how diversity, instead of promoting social justice, is transforming otherness into commodity, because it brings an unethical commitment to knowledge production and to education by ethnicizing and appropriating ideas, which is also extended, as many people already said, to tokenism and to the linking political issues, political projects from the concepts or the environments where they were conceived. So my invitation is that we pay attention to the way in which attitudes, not only as action, but as preconceptions, as theories, and as movements, are super important for us to consider how to change this environment to regards how we do what we do, how we make it possible to make things happen. At my university 2 years ago, they restructured the international cooperation vice-chancellery and includes a division for South-South cooperation. I did a survey and presented it to the rector, saying, well, we have a shameful situation here. We have 300 and something agreements, 7 with Africa. This is less than 1% of the total, I mean, of agreements we have, especially given that only 1 is an MOU. All the rest are intentional letters, so letters of intention. It's really bad for the university that we follow this path, following rankings to find out partners with whom we should cooperate with. Then in the process, we was finding new partners around in the continent and listening more to those who are calling us. And one institution came to my eyes, which is this African Association of Universities, which is an institution from 1960s, from the time of the independence. This is based here in Accra as well. It has now, well, you might know this institution much better than me, but around 500 universities are connected to that. So I wrote to I'm concluding, sorry. I wrote to the organizers saying, well, look, I read your bylaws and I saw that you are mainly focusing on African university, but there's nothing on there preventing us to apply to register as affiliated university. So say, yeah, that's true. So let us make it happen. So we're now developing a new agreement with the institution, with the association, as a way to find new partnerships in the continent. But also now the association would like us to have a representation for higher education in Latin America and the diaspora. So we are now not only transforming this, but also the way we cooperate. So it's not only finding, someone, it's not only commodifying diversity in the sense, well, look at that. We are the first non-African African university outside the continent, but we are working on a plan to revamp the idea of how rankings are established. So how can we work on establishing new patterns of collaboration that are not competitive, for example? Sorry, I took more than I wanted. Thank you.
Thanks, Claudio. Our final speaker for this panel is Joseph, who's going to be speaking of the academic governance impediment in the inclusion of African theories and Southern epistemes, insights for South African universities. And I think that that's a useful way to end off the presentations for this panel and begin a fruitful conversation about how to integrate all of the different perspectives that we've been exposed to.
Thank you, Daniela. And I would like to immediately also mention that my co-presenter, Thabo Mugume, is online, and he will be setting the scene if he's able to have network and connectivity at this point. So Thabo.
Can you hear me, Joe? Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I would like to thank the organizers, Jenny, Nobu, and Fortunate, and the whole team. Thank you so much for organizing this. We will, with Joe, be talking about the question of content versus process, because most of the post-2015, most of the writings about are mostly about decolonization, and in particular curriculum decolonization. And the focus is on content, the different attempts to improve the curriculum in various ways. And we are asking whether, because the university, why universities struggle to change is they are very regulated organizations. So the question of the role of academic governance in all this, because we know there is a process to either change the curriculum or have a new program, or whatever you may need to do as an attempt to decolonize the curriculum or to decolonize the university. So, Joe, I don't know if we can move to not content, but move to maybe where we talk about academic governance. That's, I think, slide number 4. We are using the definition proposed by Roland because I think it's broad enough, because it looks at academic governance being kind of disintegrated process of decision-making in terms of who can be registered as a student, what program, what qualifies to be a program, how, the processes of approving it, and talking about evaluating the merits of the program. Does it meet our standards and all of that? So that's why we prefer the definition. But since we are talking about this in the context of South Africa, the academic governance is regulated through the Higher Education Act, And universities have institutional statutes which then articulate the context and the governance within the specific universities. And the highest decision-making governance structure in relation to academic governance is Senate. And of course, Senate will always have subcommittees for the different line items, whether it's the executive committee or it's the academic committee or research committee and so on. Then you have your faculty boards and departments and other necessary committees. Now, just to keep in mind is to talk about decolonization while understanding that neoliberal reforms and managerialism have brought in the question of funding and are we, if it's in the context of South Africa, will this program generate the necessary funds we need to run the institution? Will the graduates, if you have a decolonized program, will the graduates be employable? So these are kind of then the questions which influence governance decisions within the academic committees. Now, in relation to Southern theories, of course, these theories which are on the margins of the academy and because of the historical epistemic injustices, but they, of course, challenge the dominance of Northern theories and perspectives. But because for us, we focus more on the process, but the theories deal with, of course, you talk about colonization, conceptualizing forms of colonization, talking about decoloniality, talking about coloniality, talking about Africanization. They all try to articulate the challenges or the difficulties or the complexities produced out of the colonial project, which may even be in existence, some of them now, but also provide some kind of options on how to deal with this. Hence, these different decolonization attempts in universities. And they provide debates around whether you talk about, dealing with the African context, talk about decentering or centering, dealing with indigenous knowledges, and so many other ways of presenting options to respond to the colonial challenges or coloniality challenges. Next, Joe. So Joe, I think you can take us through the methodology, what we planned to, how we have gone about trying to analyze these journals. Thanks.
Was that we have a particular interest for this presentation to look at the process ahead of the content. We know that a lot of times when we're talking about decolonization, we are looking for, well, we're mostly looking at the content of decolonization, the substance of decolonization. And in many cases, most of the papers we actually ended up with were mostly even prescribing the kind of changes that need to be instituted. But the key question for us is we can have all these grand ideas, but up to, when do we get to consider the process? When do you get to see how attempts are actually being done? And it was very helpful that we followed Claudio's presentation from who comes with a very practical approach. So we did have we got a number of articles that specifically focus on the South African context on decolonization through the timeline of 2010 to 2023, And of course, interestingly, the surge in interest around decolonization is from 2015, 2016, and you know why. It's the student protest, it's students pushing and specifically pointing out that their struggle is a decolonization struggle. Thank you. And then, yeah, so we looked at articles that critically analyze decolonization attempts in South African universities. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see that a number of things come up in our trying to understand to what extent the process comes into play. And we have three levels that we were looking at all these attempts. And on the one hand, we're looking at where the attempts are initiated, where decolonization is initiated as an attempt. And of course, student protests come up, the 2015, 2016, but also interestingly, individual academics, especially heads of departments, were the ones who featured the most as people who initiate attempts at decolonization. And then in some institutions, you had what you'd call progressive staff, a number of individuals, staff who choose to identify as progressive staff and have ongoing conversations about decolonization. And then, of course, and this was quite the thing, that transformation offices drove the initiation of decolonization, even for curriculum, a lot more than the academic side. And so, in terms of approval, like Thabo explained in the beginning, we given the nature of higher education, the structure, the bureaucracy, it's paramount to also consider that if you're going to think about certain processes, certain changes to happen, you need to consider how the approval of those processes happens. Since a university, as you know, all of you having being within those spaces, operates, is an institution, so it operates with hierarchies, with processes, with legal mandates, with and all that. So we found that where you had a few top-down initiatives, and these were formal, like institutional transformation processes, but then you also had own initiatives, which were informal and and done in classrooms. And we have a comment about that, because that then you'll see had implications. And of course, the outcomes, we saw that things like the institutional transformation plans, inclusion of African languages, and what Janssen also calls additive inclusive knowledge, where you just have a top up on what is there to be more inclusive. We see this coming up in the papers we're looking at. And Thabo, are you still there to run through the findings the next 2 minutes? All right. We don't have your sound. I could proceed. I think you're muted.
Okay, you can proceed.
All right. So we found that there's a marginal contribution of academic governance to decolonization attempts in the literature. We acknowledge that there might be attempts that are not captured, but you can see where the focus is. The focus has been a lot more on content rather than this process. What are people doing and how are they going about it? And then interestingly, academic governance is sidelined. The whole process, as Thabo laid it out, is easily sidelined, where academics are coming up with own initiatives that do not need approval. And I think this fits into the critical canons that we are considering within here, but at the same time, it brings to question how sustainable that would be, because it would be an individual academics, approach, and then it might not stay after they're out of that space. And then we also have a comment that we realize that for institutions to have successful attempts at decolonization, they need to deliberately institutionalize it. We know this goes against the idea of let's bring up dust, but actually, because higher education institutions are very institutionalized places, we need to think about how to work even on the sidelines, but within those spaces to make it work. So bottom up comes and fades away. The student protests of 2015, 2016 came, and where they didn't catch the fire from the protests, that has gone. And for us, the issue here is that a university is more likely to transform in an evolutionary manner. And so even when you have revolutionary attempts at this, it's hard to sustain that. So you need to penetrate the systems that can enable an evolutionary manner to, can enable evolution. And finally, when Legrand talks about universities not necessarily just showing interest in decolonization, but actually operating as decolonized universities. It's one thing to talk about the need and how to do it and all that, but it's another to actually take steps to operate as a decolonized university. So we resonated with that from what came up for us. Yeah, and of course, finally, decolonization requires change, and universities, as we know, institutions and are not good at changing. So institutions tend to choose the status quo over change until the power balance changes to favor change. So what we are looking at in this case is, Tabo pointed out the funding, the student employability. Those are the things that are driving our institutions. That's where the power is. So in our decolonial attempts, we need to think about how we can either prove a case for how valuable our results will be, or how employable people who interact with changed curriculum, with different kinds of knowledges would be. So I think that's something for all of us to think about. And of course, this is still work in progress and ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you to all the presenters. Let me just come and sit down. One thing that I noticed coming through in each of our presentations was the different ways of thinking about applying African methodologies to contemporary problems. In Clifford's presentation, applying critical methodologies through an African lens to study close analysis of African texts. Of course, in Claudio's too short presentation, a double critique of decoloniality itself. In Nelson's presentation, thinking about how to include African theory into really pressing contemporary problems that are global challenges, and thinking through how our indigenous knowledge systems may hold some of the keys to some of the problems that the modern world and its own logic may have generated. And finally, of course, Joe and Tabo, who have spoken about some of the programmatic obstacles or impediments to really fully and meaningfully incorporating decolonial praxis into the institution, into the academic institutions that we're part of. So would love to open the floor for questions, comments. Andre at the back, and then we'll take Andre, then here, and these two, and then our speakers can answer. Is there a microphone?
Thank you very much. I would have said wonderful if Michael was there. Where's Michael Ochiorefo? Okay, so colleagues, sorry that I had to rush out, but it was very important things that I needed to go and do. I have a question for three of the presenters, Claudio, Nelson, and Clifford, but mine is more practical of nature. The one is Clifford. You know, where is the African Sociology Handbook? Because we have now worked on these concepts now for a while, and one can even think in this African vernacular sociology that particular book, the interpretive schemas, that is decolonial, where is it as a field? Where is the African Sociology Handbook? Okay, that's the first question. Then Nelson, I was wondering whether the advancing the idea of the decolonization of the notion of progress within the discourse of sustainability, you know, around the question of climate change may not be a better way to think, you know, decolonial practices as more or less inherent in challenging climate change, you know, what one can say, crises that we are facing at the present moment. That is, how would you say will the shift, you know, towards indigenous knowledge systems that can retune practices that can support climate change, climate justice action happen? That's also like on a practical level. And then Claudio, the same question that I've asked Clifford. Where is the interplay? Where is that handbook that shows us the interplay between voice and theory from a decolonial sense? The handbook on the interplay between voice and theory making.
Is it on? No, thank you very much. Mine will be, in a way, a footnote to what Andrew was asking, specifically to Nelson and Joseph. I'll start with Nelson. I must say that I'm particularly impressed by the fact that you are propagating the idea that we should look into African-based theories and philosophies, because that's exactly the context of my talk tomorrow. So I'm glad that you and I are reading from the same script. But let me ask a question in this manner. Why do you think our African and Africanist scholars are reluctant to do what you and I are doing? Maybe you have an answer that can assist me, because honestly speaking, I'm disappointed. A number of our scholars and researchers are reluctant and in fact, in a way, unwilling to use these African-based theories and philosophies, to the extent that even their students, their postgraduate students, they push them to the conventional theories. When I had one master's student saying to her she must use Ubuntu as a theoretical framework, people said, no, this can't be done. Guess what? She got a distinction in that master's. So there are very few of them. So I'm glad that you and I, but just help me understand this. Why are our African and Africanist scholars reluctant to do what you and I are doing? And then Joseph, this is very interesting. Coincidentally, in 2017, we published 2 books looking at the African University and how it should look like. And the concepts we're dealing with were Africanization, localization, indigenization on one side, and then we had globalization and internationalization on the other hand. Now, with that background, the question for you then becomes, can decolonization exist outside of globalization? If so, how? If not, why? Thank you.
Thank you. It's not a footnote. It's an independent question to, I can't remember the name, but second on my left. Yeah, second on my left, yes. Where I'm seated. My question is to you is, you talk about community engagement, you know, which is very contested terrain. And you bring in Ubuntu as a philosophy that underpin, the relationship between university and the local milieu towards climate change. Now, my question to you, we all know that community engagement, the principle is partnership, equal partnership, equitable partnership. And I'm wondering, what does Ubuntu add to that? Where partnership has its principle, the 3 R's and the other things. But of course, we know how that relationship operates because of power relations and all those kind of things. But then my question to you is very simple. What then does Ubuntu as an African philosophy add to that relationship? And to what end? Thank you.
Thanks. Let's answer this round of questions and then we'll come to the two of you for another round, if that's okay.
Okay, thank you so much. Starting with the last question, what does Ubuntu add to engagement? Like I said, this study is part of a larger study I'm conducting. And from the literature that I reviewed even before the study, most of the community engagement in an African setup is unidirectional, which contravenes the values of Ubuntu, reciprocity. So now we need bidirectional, where there is a reciprocated relationship in form of this engagement. And that is what Ubuntu brings in this study or in this discussion, because it is talking about interdependency, collectivism, and reciprocity. Bidirectional, not unidirectional, where the university has been looked at as an ivory tower, creators of knowledge, and it's only the university that can create knowledge that solves the problem. But even the communities, there is knowledge. And we forget that actually the research that we make as scholars, we get information from the community members, most of the research that we do. But now the perception that knowledge must come from the educated, when in actual sense, actually, us who have gone to school, when we are doing research, we go to the community to collect data, to get that information. After data analysis, we want to claim that that is our knowledge, which actually, which knowledge came from the communities. So we must believe that the communities also have knowledge. And that is why now we need these engagement programs that are African contextualized to address a particular problem, in this case, which is climate change and other aspects of the SDGs. So Ubuntu brings in the aspect of collectivism towards a common problem, which in literature I found that most of the community engagement programs are unidirectional. It is the university taking the programs, the communities, and there is less engagement. Like you say, partnerships. Partnerships cannot be unidirectional. It should be bidirectional, should be reciprocated from this side and from this side, and then you meet at a common cause. Then, why are African scholars reluctant to use African theories? Like you postulated, there is, I think, a lot of misconceptions. I've also been asked in one of my defenses that Ubuntu, it is not documented, it is not written ever. But why is it that something to hold power must be written first? And it is not even true that it is not written. We are looking at this theory basing on other scholars. Tutu, 1999, writes a whole book on Ubuntu. In African setup, knowledge belongs to the community, not the book. Much as we document it, but we must have that belief that as Africans, we have knowledge. It is not that only what is written is powerful and determines what should be done, but there have been questions of what holds as knowledge, and it is funny that what is African is not knowledge. Why? Okay, so people believe that maybe something is not documented, and that is why maybe people
going to Nelson Mandela University, actually my honors year, it was also very Western. I mean, we also had a lecturer that was Harvard trained, so obviously he can only regurgitate what he was taught to us. But then at the same time, getting into my postgrad, and now working with Prof. Magokwana and Prof. Mkitze, and then having a reshaping of my thinking, and then getting introduced to new theorists across the continent that I had never encountered prior to that, then my handbook changed, you know, and that obviously influences how I do research. So I don't believe that there's obviously, I don't think one handbook out there, but it's only in the individual student. And if the curriculum does not include African theorists from the get-go, then we're gonna keep dishing out students who are just African sociologists in terms of geographical context, but not in terms of ontology. And obviously, when they eventually do their research, it is going to be the regurgitation of the same European epistemes. That's what I believe.
Yes, thank you for this question. The question, can decolonization exist outside globalization? I think all the attempts we're trying to make are not to be lost in the sea of, you know, of a center that is not ours, you know? And while we can agree that globalization could very easily be an extended form of coloniality, because if the idea is that we are only recipients, we only then work with what is passed on to us, then there's a challenge. But one of the things that I have interacted with and think would be helpful to think about is, you know, the global approach. We can't wish away globalization. We can't wish away the fact that, you know, we are more interconnected. But the important thing is still not interconnection. It is okay for me to speak the language I speak right now, but at the same time, I have a home language that I also speak very well and can relate, you know, effectively in, and, you know, use it when I need to work with it. So I think if we think locally, you know, appreciating what is available to us from the interconnected world, but working with it within the context of where we are, within the African University, within, you know, the African spaces that we work with. I believe that, you know, you can operate, you can have decolonization within even a more globalizing world. I don't think we've seen any of it yet. I think it's still going to be a lot more. So we're doing a service to the generations to come. If we don't act now, it will be harder for, you know, those ahead of us to do anything. So yeah, I don't know if Tabo will have something to say about that online.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah. Becky presents a very tricky question. I think, like Joe, you have said, you cannot talk about the Africanization, or for example, the Africanization of the university is, it is a process that we have to acknowledge that it's a political project. So it has to deal with the complexities of the world we live in today. So you cannot think about it as if you're going to block yourself off from the global, or as they would like to call it, the global village today, in order to do that. One simple example, we all currently talk about developing African languages for academic purposes. That's kind of, in some cases, a buzzword, but in some instances where it's really getting into policies and really getting implemented to make sure that African languages are used for academic purposes. But then questions come up, like in a globalized world. Well, if I get a master's in isiZulu, where am I going to get a job? Or if I get a master's in Uganda, where am I going to get a job? And then the notion of globalization then impacts whatever you are trying to do. So I think you cannot talk about completely. I think you can talk about disrupting and trying to ensure that you work with the existing complexities to ensure that we are not left on the margins of what's happening. Thank you.
Well, I don't know if I made my point clear, but this is just Andrea, that the interplay between voice and theory. I think to one regard, what is happening doesn't differentiate between the two levels, because we are only incorporating difference qualified as diversity as long as it fits the same schema of power that we already have on the table. Including how institutions, the willingness of institutions to promote change and social justice is a matter of scale as well. I'm not the only one saying that. I think Angela Davis said that the whole discussion on promoting representation is just a way of marketing diversity without promoting change. Well, you can even recall Spivak on that regard. We are only representing voices without promoting transformation, and we are delinking the political and ethical projects within which those ideas were developed, because it doesn't fit to the transformation that institutions are actually not willing to promote. So from universities and other educational institutions to funding. I just finished this long report on ethics in collaboration between North and South scholars in regional research for one American philanthropic foundation, evaluating what happened. And the whole decolonial conversation is only mobilized by Northern scholars. Southern scholars are really not anymore addressing things through that, because at the end of the day, the internal division of labor still reproduces what the whole conversation is trying to overcome. And what I think is that once we commodify diversity, like difference transformed into a commodity, this is the very colonial method of incorporating ordinance from the colonial museum. So we are restituting artifacts, but still we are reproducing the same logics. And it's not only I think some more people are voicing that song already. Thanks a lot for the question.
Thank you. It's 3 p.m. I'm so sorry. I don't know how you feel about taking the last two questions. Would everybody be okay with spending 5 more minutes, or yes? Okay, great. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The name is Pedro. Surname is Mzile from University of the Free State. I'm just going to say 3 things and sit down because of time. The first question, I want to direct it to Kholihlahla. Madiba. On this question of climate change and partnerships, you will find, Madiba, that there is some partnership between UNICEF and Togo. Let's make an example about Togo next door. And it's a so-called partnership on climate change questions. And we find that universities are being roped into this type of partnerships, including some decolonial climate change scholars and so on. And when you look at the GDP of Togo, and you compare it to the budget of UNICEF, I mean, the GDP of Togo probably would be only 5% of the entire fiscus or the entire wealth that UNICEF is controlling. Should we then still call it a partnership, Madiba, or must we call it by its actual name, which is imperialism? That's what I want to ask. Then, my last two comments or questions, Chair, go to the last two comrades, Claudio and my leadership there. You know, universities don't mind pretending as if they are decolonial. I mean, there's one university I know in South Africa, very racist to the core. It's just that I forgot its name. It has written a vision there where it says, we are the home of decolonization. As if decolonization was homeless. So they don't mind putting decolonization in the documents, in the policies. I mean, you ask them to change names, they do that. They appoint Africans in the classroom, in the executive. You know, you see decolonial readings in the static guide to create the illusion that when you are looking at it, you think it has changed. But when you go deep into the soul and the spirit and the structure of this place institutionally, you realize that no, man, the demon of coloniality here is not dead, actually. It is very much alive and kicking on a daily basis through its practices on a daily basis. So the question I want to ask, what then do we do with these pretentious universities in Africa? Because that is at the core of the problem that we're now dealing with. Lastly, there is something that is making me worried about decolonial conversations. It's as if now decolonization, Prof, is some kind of a climate change concept or a school of thought. I mean, decolonization, comrades, is a way of life, you know, an attitude. It's even a human ethic, an act of love, care and compassion, you know. So, how do we make this an actual attitude of life, you know? Because this thing of cornering this concept now to make it another theme in the course outline that, okay, theme 1, climate change, theme 2, decolonization. Icon. How then do we move now to make this thing a way of life? Because at the end of the day, we want a world with human beings, a world that will act with love, care, and compassion for humanity. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, presenters, for the presentation, which has been thought-provoking. As you were presenting, my mind kept racing around the issues of Southern epistemologies, Southern discourses, and the issues around decolonization. When I look at the context in which higher education operates, We have the local context, and then there's the global context. Now, when I think through, like my colleague there had already said part of it, but the question that still remains to me unanswered is the kind of power relations that exist in this context in which we operate. As we aspire for decolonization, as we aspire to see that our education, rather higher education knowledge production processes speak to Southern epistemities, and we are promoting localization, and we want to be relevant to local problems, if I may say, to contribute to see how we can address African issues using African epistemologies. Now, putting that in the global context, how do we address the issue of power relations that tend to downplay what is actually African in very many circumstances? Because the legitimacy of the theories, methodologies, tools that may speak to African local issues may be fought because of the unfavorable global power relations. So I ask the question at 3 levels. At the individual level, what are we doing as academics operating in African context to bring this aspiration to reality? And what is the role of the nation state in this as they plan for the higher education systems? And what can academicians do to influence the policy context to make sure that the nation state support this drive towards decolonization and promotion of Southern discourses? And then the institutional leadership. When you take the issues of governance, leadership, and management in these institutions, is the will there? Are the structures and systems to support this in place? To bring this to the fruit-bearing stage, what strategies do we have? These are the questions that still keep lingering in my mind. Thank you. I think all of the presenters touched on these issues. I may not direct it to a particular person. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Pedro, I believe pretentiousness can only go on for as long as individuals can keep up the act. But to have the institutional tool within your pocket is a place to stand for change to happen. So we know even these institutions, to come to the point they are at, had to go through a process. It didn't happen overnight. To get out of that, if you get the institutional tool in your pocket, it's possible to then work out of that. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. It's a beautiful question, Pedro. How to make it happen? How to have an attitudinal engagement to life? I suppose this brings back to the conversation of the first panel, how to put a methodological protocol or approach, which brings epistemic vigilance. First of all, not to engage with commodifying people and ideas, and also breaking with this idea of writing essays, throwing ideas as epigraphs, of powerful epigraphs, or like you put as transforming the colonial conversation to something like a climate change thing, or I would say a carbon-free engagement with knowledge production. Once you tick this box, it's like you approach some indigenous group in Brazil saying, okay, I'm buying credits in this carbon credits with these people, so I'm now free to continue exploring the system. But also an ethical compromise, being an anti-racist or vigilant of anti-racist behavior on promoting education or educating new generations and learning from that, having a genuine open heart approach. I've been learning a lot from my students in my country, which is a heavily racist country. for the first time 3 years ago, we had more Black students at the university, thanks to a measure that was taken in 2003. So it took 16 years to change the demographic of the students, but not professors, students still. But there's also another layer, I suppose, of attitudinal engagement, which is engaging, and that's what I learned from my Black students, engaging with discomfort as a methodological way of feeling that this is wrong to address things like that, or this is, you feeling uncomfortable in this educational setting has helped me a lot. Feeling shame. Farid Alatas has a contribution to the same book I was mentioning, and you also have an article there. Farid is mentioning shame as a basic attitude towards knowledge. Shame of not knowing your own intellectual origins, from where you're coming from. So grounded theories, not only knowing that indigenous or other theories are important for how we conceive ourselves as beings, but being ashamed of not knowing. This is something, instead of knowing the ultimate conversation on the colonial whatever, having to know why are you coming from? This is very important. Grounded relationship with life and attitudes.
Thank you. Briefly to respond to my brother. Thank you for that concern, and very, very vividly. But of course, it's true that when you're talking about partnerships, we shall have, international bodies coming, and in some instances, it's an extension of power and influences. But I am emphasizing contextualized engagements, and the universities must prioritize their history, disciplinary focus, ownership, cultural values as cores for these engagements. Otherwise, it would be the other way around, the way we are fighting, and that's why it is now, the concept is being looked at differently depending on who is looking at it. And that's why I think you're saying we must have one way of looking at it, not depending on whose lens is. And I think that's a very important aspect that, I need to look into further to shape further my discussion. I thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Just final comments with regards to what you said, Irene. Is it Irene? Okay, great. It is challenging. I believe in terms of how the decolonial project is going to work at an institutional level is conferences like this, where we actually have these conversations, but it has to translate into policies and praxis of our universities. So I'm so glad we have our Deputy Vice Chancellor Engagement and Transformation portfolio over here. And then, yeah, we can start seeing these conversations having on a governmental level of the university, because if it doesn't translate there, it's very unlikely we're actually going to see change. At a state level, the truth of the matter is we cannot separate these conversations from the political aspect of our countries. Our countries need to be willing to have this change made, and to what extent can the academy also bring change within the political class. And then at an individual level, all I would just say is there needs to be a change in our mindset and in terms of how we view the world. And there are contexts in Africa where the academy has been able to bring about change of mindset. If you look at the University of Ife and the push for the decolonialization of the institution in the 70s and 80s, and the championing of the Yoruba language, this actually seeped into even the secondary school and the primary school. That's studying in Lagos, I was taught Yoruba. You have to do Nigerian language 1, Nigerian language 2. And so that way, even as a young kid, you're beginning to be taught this thing. So you get into the institution, into the university, and it's not foreign. But the sad reality is, obviously, that conversation ended. It didn't get to the university. So if we can start changing the mindsets, and just to conclude, personally, I subscribe, like I said, to the Tibetan logic, where you can be in a state of contradictory beings. So we don't have to over subscribe to ideal types. What I mean is, you can be a decolonial scholar and you can be xenophobic. You can be a feminist and you can be very patriarchal. You can be a decolonial scholar and you can be racist. The truth of the matter is, there's degrees in all of us. But when we acknowledge that, yes, in our ideal state, there can be the mutual coexistence of these contradictory beings, then we can begin to make sense of our worldview and choose what it is I want to use, to what am I going to feed and what am I not going to feed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. That was a beautiful note to end on, Clifford, because it incorporates your whole concept about how African epistemes are able to, you know, frame complex and ambiguous and multiple realities. I want to thank our panelists and give them a round of applause for this incredibly meaningful engagement. I want to also thank everybody in the audience for your patience and for giving up a good portion of your tea break in order to engage. I know that we went significantly over time, but I think it's exciting that we all have so much to share and discuss that we would rather sit here and talk and share our ideas than, you know, attend our break on time. So thank you all very much. This was a really beautiful session, I think, and I hope to see more in the coming days. Thank you all. Just a note, we're back at 3:30 for a screening of a documentary that will be from 3:30 to 4:30. So please go grab some coffee and come back. Thank you.
And those who are going to come to the Photo Voice Academy, it's at 3:30 as well. So this is a parallel session, and it is in the seminar room, our breakout room upstairs from the reception.
And that you speak about is training as a child with. And you speak about that specific indigenous knowledge system related to the built environment that he learned from his father and from his grandfather and so on. The second part is Sapi, Mr. Sapi, that is a sort of walkabout in the village to show the different structures that he built with the families, and the third part, and that is you know, like actually how we could conclude that documentary in January this year, is like a demonstration of the building process. In January, they Sapi phoned me and said, no, we're going to extend the building. If you are interested to document that, please just come. And so with my colleagues and the chief, of course, some community members, that is, they are always with us as a part of the group of research. We went and we spent a week there to document this process of that you will see of dismantling part of the buildings and extending the buildings itself. And that gave us the opportunity not just to hear about the process, but to see in practice the instrument that they used and how they put together the materials. And we thought that that was a very important step to be recorded. As I said, it is a research that is in progress, so this documentary is not the end of the process. In fact, also we received funds for 1 year to complete the site survey and with my students. So actually from this month we will start again to visit again this village. And I think that one of, you know, like probably the key elements that for me is very important of these case studies is that in the environmental socio-economical crisis that we facing globally, this village is an example of regenerative approach to the environment, and people that living there are able to be self sufficient from an economical point of view. They've got their vegetable gardens, they've got some animals, you know, like chicken and other little things that they can, you know, survive and live actually quite well and happy as part of nature. And that is, for me, is lessons, how to be part of nature, how to feel and respect all the creature and all the plants and resources that are around us. And for me, that is the best lessons that I could learn from them, that I was had the opportunity to learn and to experience every time that I go there. And I hope that that will, you know, in some way be communicated through this documentary. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me also, I've seen Pedro introducing himself whenever he's going to speak. Okay, yes. Asimai, Nelson Mandela University. I want to just ask this. I heard this comment initially, but I felt like it was going so well even during the presentation. There is this term that we are using, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's the grouping, and then you're using the term of First Nations. I just want to see the adaptation, because from my understanding is coming from I Can Hate when we deal with the Canadians as the indigenous people, so we refer to them as First Nations. Then when it comes to South Africa and Namibia, and then the question, hence I'm asking, like, are you making a parallel perhaps between them and the First Nations in Canada? Because as Black people, we have a claim as indigenous people, and but diverse, Xhosa, Zulu, Sotho, and so on. And then now when we hear that the Khoisan are referred to as a First Nation, and then I am, as a Xhosa person of South Africa, asking myself, am I a First Nation or not? Where is my space? Am I displaced? I'm just trying to arouse some thoughts around that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think that is a very, you know, like a sensitive question, and is, yeah. And I tend to use terms that I discuss with the group that I'm working with, and the Khoisan people were the first indigenous people that lived in Southern Africa before all other people came into that specific geographical area. That is why you know, there is the not the other people are not indigenous people, but using first indigenous people means that they were there before all other also came and migrate from the other part of Africa. So that is how we use that terminology. Not that there is no indigenous peoples in Southern Africa or other group that can't be referred as indigenous peoples. So yeah, I don't know if my question answer satisfied you, but yeah, that is how.
Yes, yes, I'm Reinhold Gallant from Nelson Mandela University. Yeah, I also don't want to sound too scholarly around this, but the history tells the facts. That you might say hoi, I say hoi, hoi, hoi. And it's particular if you look at the technologies for especially hunting and fishing around the coast from the part of the world where I am, that these were the First Nations. And if we understand the Nguni tribes migrating from the north and the history that unfolds from there, and then the clash of cultures that you would find, for instance, in the Xhosa language, the cliques and and all those kind of things are all in the history. And so perhaps the history of this part should also be, perhaps it's first year history, university history. Should be more, you know, kind of explored more to the audience and that kind of thing, not just for Ayanda's sake, but just to be able to say within the context of what it is. Thank you.
Yes, no, thank you very much for the also add to the conversation, because in actual fact, the work that we are doing, that we're doing with the second and third year students, is actually really this work of documenting these sites, which are pre-colonial sites, like the fish traps. I mean, as I said, the most ancient handmade infrastructure that are all across, you know, along the coast of Southern Africa, but also, you know, as I said, globally, and is a fact that has been done by indigenous peoples. And, you know, like during the research, you know, like, yeah, now this village also, but around this village, there is many caves and rock shelters with rock art paintings that were done by the San and Kwekwe people. So that is how these terms, First Nations, referring to that group is used. And yes, and you know, like one aspect also of now going back also, sorry, to the curriculum, university curriculum, we really try our best to shift the history of art and architecture as much as we can to be relevant and for the South African context. So we try to really introduce as much as we can African and South African art and architecture to give, you know, like a better understanding also to the students. And of course now this is a history that we are busy writing with the community, so that makes also relevant too.
Yeah, I think the point I wanted to raise, Magda, is what Raine is saying. To say that when we say they are the First Nations, in terms of literature, we're looking to the first inhabitants in a particular area, as we're saying that we're borrowing the study from like Aikenhead and others. Now, in the case of which in your study, I hope it's clear somewhere that it's not really that they are the only indigenous peoples in South Africa. I think that is the point. But perhaps in them is because they have retained some of the architecture of the features that were used by the initial people who were inhabiting those areas. Because if you go, for example, to my culture, Xhosa, I will tell you, and you will know about the frontier wars. I will say, like, it's one of the key historians where there was the war between the white. I'm a science person, but I take an interest in culture. I know because I read is relevant. But now you find that now, if we say, like, they are the First Nations, the point I'm trying to raise is the sensitivity of that. Perhaps you're trying to say it's a parallel to what is normal term in academia, because they have retained this. For us, we have become more or less more westernized, whereas they've gone back to where they were as the initial ancestors and so on. That was where my point was resting. Thank you very much for the presentation and architecture that is still retained.
Doctor, thank you very much for the video and also for your presentation in the morning. I didn't get a chance to address you at that time. I appreciate, by the way, the technology that is being shown is important, useful at many levels. And the essence of the video can be said about language in education. When we use people's own languages, mother tongue, it can also be said about legal education, because we have common law, for example, and law students are taught common law, whichever law like that, when in fact, the people they serve depend on an indigenous system of law altogether. The question, however, is how are you, in your training of these students, promoting this indigenous technology? Because that's where, how are you promoting this kind of technology that was depicted in the video when you're training your students? How are you promoting it? What enables you to promote it? What constrains you from promoting it? The answers to those can be applicable to the issue of language and to the issue of legal education and even health. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Well, I mean, it's a work in progress, so I'm trying to you know, like study and to involve my students in the understanding that what is very important here is that the people use the materials, local materials and local techniques, and that using it is create like what is a sustainable and regenerative approach to the built environment. And that is not only in that specific case in Baviane's Clove, but all across the globe, actually. This is a technique that we can find it not only in Southern Africa, but in many other parts with a similar climate. And I found it that this aspect of being local, but also being, you know, in some way universal is an incredible also learning curve and message from the indigenous people across the globe. As the same things for the fish traps. You know, at the beginning, I thought the fish trap were only in Southern Africa, and I realized that no, actually, the fish trap are done in the exact or very similar way all across the globe. That means that the indigenous people has that interconnection with the Mother Earth that you know, gave them the knowledge to use the best way of approaching the resources in a sustainable way. So yeah, the step forward of this project that we're going to do next, or actually, yeah, next academic year, is actually to involve students, because last year I involved my student in history of architecture. Next year, we're going to involve a student of design to use as a starting point this technique, but also to try to develop some proposals or some, you know, like a contemporary way of interpreting this particular technology, and go and share it with the community, and you know, try to see if we can also maybe propose some different or different way of doing the same things, or different way of you know, creating a contemporary language for that type of technology. So that is something that we are going to start to do next year through workshops. You know, my idea is to really go there with the students and do this type of things there. So it's really like a sort of, trying to develop this sort of project and engagement with the community step by step, and also, you know, like see also what is the response of the community, what is the interest actually, and adapt, you know, and our way and our approach according to them actually. Because I think that the main aspect that in all of these need to be always being very clear is, you know, like we learn a lot from the community, but now how can we be relevant for them? How we can be relevant for them with what we are doing inside academia? What is that we can give actually back to them? I don't know if I answer your question.
Yeah, sorry, Martha, it's me.
Yeah.
Just wasn't standing. Thank you so much for the film. I think it's really appreciated the way that it was filmed, in the sense that there was minimal sort of interpretation from yourself, and that just allowing them to speak and to show and to, you know, show the process. I've really enjoyed the builders speaking about how it takes time, you know, where you cut the grass, but you have to wait for the grass to grow, you know, and that speaks to that regenerative sort of circular economy, sort of, you know, not taking from the earth and just mindlessly doing so, but really thinking about how this, and when I build, what do I want to build? And I think it's also, you know, in my head, I thought it was really quite funny when you look at the budget of buildings. Let's say they take the contemporary buildings, and him as the builder, he was probably the most expensive cost out of that building, because it was, I was listening there and like I was busy making some visual sketches, but it's paper, it's things that are readily available, and that's beautiful to see that that's happening in the context of community. And I appreciate that it was referred to as technology, because it is technology, even though what in our minds is technology, is actually just, it's neither here nor there. So it's a really beautiful and a wonderful way to express technology. And I think coming from the interior design background and understanding what tech looks like, and funny enough, Lucy's online, she taught me third year, I think, in fourth year tech. So understanding that and considering, and I think it offers the students such beautiful visual language, textual technology language to be able to communicate their design. So thank you. And I really, yeah, no questions, just thank you. Praise and thanks. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yes, very fascinating video. Thank you for showing. And I think what fascinates me is the mix of indigenous knowledge systems and the modern, because the construction process is, when you look at the material, it's very basic, traditional, reeds and straws, and but mixed with the modern material of roofing sheets and all that. And it's interesting that the technology that's being used is also what you find in many other African countries, which continues to happen today, the pole and dagger kind of construction that you see there. But again, there's something that you see in terms of just the contentment, because the iron of it looks like a God-forsaken place. It looks very poor and so on. And that's the impression that you get. But when you listen to the builder, there's that level of contentment, and this kind of a serene community, very peaceful. Perhaps people are very contented, but you just start asking questions: where do their children go? What is the kind of aspirations of people in living in that? What is the connection with the global world around them, and how does that make them feel? Why do they continue to be happy in that kind of bubble in a world that's moving so fast? That's this kind of questions that I have, but very, very interesting to see that in a country like South Africa, you've got so many mixes of, layers of types of what you can call development. And this is a life that some people are living and very contented. We have big issues of wellness today, mental health and so on, unemployment. But you have a community like this. How do you explain it? How do they relate to the bigger picture of the South African social fabric? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I think that, to me, something that I started to realize, during the pandemic, COVID pandemic, where we were all forced to be inside the building and very confined. And I think that we started to also put values in a different, you know, like I don't know, in different places. Eh? So having the opportunity to be outdoor, to be in between of nature, to be able to self, you know, build, to be able to have your vegetable garden. You know, during the pandemic, and still that there are many people that really struggle in their daily life to have something to eat, and they can, you know, they are a community where they can support each other. That sense of community that, well, in the big city we lost, and I think that that is one of the elements, you know, that makes that community happy to be there, because it's a, you know, it's a safe environment. They are in between of nature, but I mean, with a car in, I don't know, probably not even an hour, they are in town, and but still that they prefer to go back to their own village, because everything is there, actually is available there for a serene life. So I think that really, again, we go back to this aspect of being conscious of the crisis in which, you know, globally we are, and which is related to social, economic, and so on, and they are able actually to have a life that is more imbalanced, and I think that is a question of values, where we put values in life, actually. You know, if you, I think that that is probably also the key. I don't have really an answer for that, but I'm just, you know, like experiencing that place for a couple of years. I can think that that is, you know, like where you put the value in that is probably the key of what you are seeing. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh.
Congratulations. Yeah. I enjoyed the documentary very much. It's good to see a documentary that doesn't have cars and aeroplanes, the sound of the city in it. What came across to me very importantly was not that I was thinking about how does the technology or the life connect to the global world, but how there are intrinsic values, you know, that showed in the video. And I'm talking about action. I'm talking about choice and decision. So I saw that they wanted to expand their house, and they just did so. You know, there was not a lot of time needed for planning, budgeting, doing this and that we are used to. They want to do something, they just do it. They want to dig a hole, they take a bowl, they make the hole. If the bowl broke, they'll just pick the next thing and continue. You see, so I think one thing that we must also record are the choices and the decision-making processes, which will be very different from, you know, the way we want to do it. That you want to dig a hole, you find the next available thing to just dig the hole. You want to expand your house, you tell your friends, you say, where do you want to expand? We expand, we take down the wall. There's not a lot of time to think about, will it break? Will it fall? If it falls, we'll just build it again. If one part is falling, we'll just nail it up again, just like we saw. I think there's something about this natural way of living that is lost today. That instinctive action, that short decision, that choice, that quick instinctive choice. And I think that is what comes out for me in the video. Thank you. I'm David Kojo Deban. I'm an architect in Accra. Okay.
Thank you very much for this opportunity and for the presentation. My name is Tom from Makerere University. I'm coming from the other side where the technology is very good. It is actually inspirational when we come to use of the resources around us. But my concern is the economic side and the competition outside this technology. I don't know to what extent have you tried to, or how are you envisaging a situation where we should enlist the industry, in terms of those who are dealing in production of materials that are used for construction, those who are in the economic world of seeing building and construction as an investment, because I see the models which you are talking about, because you are saying it is work in progress. Eventually it will come up with some technology that is user-friendly and community-based. But these people are saying now you are entering and crossing the boundaries. Do you see an element of moving with them as we come up with the new technologies which can be used appropriately? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think that the idea is to actually not come with a different technology, but maybe to try to design some solutions, for instance, for the entrance of the door or for the windows, or, like some little, possible improvement to give some solutions on challenge that they've got there. Or also, I don't know, like for instance, they use that metal. They started to use the metal sheets on the roof, which is of course a colonial influence. And when in the past they used to do the roof with reeds. So I'm really hoping to be able to organize a workshop where someone goes there that like is a master in doing this type of roof, and trying to reintroduce that technology again. So yeah, I'm not thinking to do anything different in respect of what they are doing, because yeah, I think that they are actually mastering what they are doing. So yeah, thank you. And I don't, like maybe I'm a strange architect, yeah. So so I don't see buildings, like as a something that I don't know, like an economical aspect into. So I really, like approach these as more like from trying to understand and trying to also give values on these processes as well. Yeah, I think that that the idea was to close. I'm not so sure.
Yeah. So we need to close the session, unfortunately. For the guys who here helping us out with the technology. But maybe if people are still keen to chat, maybe we can continue with the informal discussion. Yeah. There's some time now until dinner. Dinner will be at 6:30 at the pagoda. Yeah, and then we will. Sorry. They're at where the tea and the lunch have been. It'll be dinner. The shuttle and some extra cars will then pick you up after that to go back to the hotel. And yeah, then we reconvene tomorrow at 8:30. So the shuttles will leave the hotel at 7:45 for those who are staying at the African region again. Yeah. Yeah, shuttles and 2 cars tomorrow, so we should have enough space at 7:45. So 7:45. 15 minutes before 8. All right. Thanks. Thanks very much.